January 7th, 2022, in the following manner: posted notice on the school bulletin board at the administration building, transmitted to the Courier Post, Philadelphia Inquirer, and the clerk of Cherry Hill Township. Call this meeting to order, and let us stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mrs. Sugars, would you do roll call, please?
Mrs. Arroyo? Here. Mrs. Stratton? Here. Mrs. Fleischer? Here. Ms. Friedel? Here. Mr. Avadia?
Here.
Dr. Rude?
Here.
Ms. Stern?
Here.
Mrs. Tom?
Dr. Milosh.
Thank you, Mr. Avadia. We're actually scheduled this evening to recognize Dr. Rickensrud, who retired from the district at the end of December. Unfortunately, Dr. Rick contacted me this morning and said that he would not be able to join us this evening. So I am still holding on to his Glasticine, Mrs. Wilson, we'll say, his figure that we got for him upon his retirement. He's going to let me know when he will be able to join us. So he will still come out. He definitely wants to come out and be recognized. And he's got some things that I know he wants to share with the board about the years that he spent in Cherry Hill. So while he's not here with us this evening, he'll be with us soon, and I'm sure that it'll be memorable. And then, Mr. Avadia, if we move into presentations, we're going to begin this evening with a presentation on course of study, the high school level. Dr. Mahen, I think you're going to set us up with this. And we have a recording, I believe, of Dr. Morton leading this. Unfortunately, Dr. Morton is unable to be with us this evening as well. So he has prepared materials that Dr. Mahen, his partner, is going to share with us. Just Dr. Mahen, the mic too, if you would.
Okay, I believe I'm all set. I have a presentation for the high school course of study that has been prepared by Dr. Morton. At the conclusion of the presentation, which is approximately 5 minutes, we will be able to answer any questions that you may have.
Good evening. This is Dr. Kwame Morton, and tonight I'll be providing the board with updates regarding the high school course of study process. The high school course of study process is an annual undertaking in which process involving the feedback and voices of the entire community, including administrators, guidance counselors, teachers, students, and parents. This slide succinctly summarizes the timeline that we utilize for the course of study process. This timeline allows for the district to efficiently ensure that the course of study booklet is updated in preparation for the annual course request process. This next slide demonstrates the progress that we've made on the timeline relative to date. It indicates the steps that have already been completed as we move forward in providing the community with a fully revised course of study booklet. Tonight's presentation is highlighted in yellow. As we consider new courses for inclusion in the 2022-2023 course of study booklet, the district maintained an intentional focus. The focus for the district was twofold. One, to expand career and technical education programmatic offerings, and 2, to increase opportunities for STEM exposure at the high school level. As such, we approved 2 courses for career and technical education. The first course was filmmaking, which would allow us to extend our broadcasting 1 and broadcasting 2 to add a 3rd level broadcasting course. The second CTE offering was design and build 1, 2, and 3, in allowing us to increase opportunities for STEM exposure at the high school level. Over 1,500 students were surveyed. These students were asked to provide their input about the STEM course offerings they'd like to see in the 22-23 school year. And the following courses were those identified by the students: Neuroscience and Society, the Science of Cooking, Toxicology, and Animal Behavior. Just last Thursday, on January 6th, the 8th grade course of study night presentation was conducted virtually. District administrators, building principals, assistant principals, guidance counselors all collaborated to provide our rising 8th grade families with information pertinent to their success in transitioning to the high school level. A video transcript of the presentation has been posted to the district's YouTube page, and the link is contained on this slide. The course of study booklet will be posted online and available at the district's website on this Friday, January 15th. The high schools will be holding their open house events in the coming weeks. High School West is scheduled for January 19th at 7 p.m., and High School East is scheduled for January 27th at 7 p.m. These events will be held in a virtual format if we remain in the very high-risk COVID transmission category. I would also like to remind parents and students that they can access the Genesis Parent Portal beginning on February 7th, and the Parent Portal will remain open until February 28th. Parents can view teacher recommendations and make course requests through the Genesis Parent Portal. These requests will need to be finalized by the guidance counselors. Please be sure to communicate with your child's guidance counselor throughout the process. Once parents press submit on the course selection tab in Genesis, they cannot make any additional changes. The open enrollment deadline is February 28th. Families seeking to take advantage of the open enrollment policy must ensure that their open enrollment form is turned into their middle school guidance counselor by February 28th. Finally, the course registration process will close on April 1st, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will turn it over to board member questions or comments. Ms. Stern. Oh, Ms. Friedel.
Ms. Friedel, I think you're still muted.
Sorry, thank you. Dr. Mahen, if you're not able to answer, I'm sure Dr. Milosh can get back to us. But number one, are the new courses available at all the high schools?
Dr. Milosh, do you want me to chime in? Yes, the courses are available at both high schools.
Okay. Then my other question, the open house for the rising 9th graders. I know that and correspondence came out today that the West one is virtual, but in the presentation, Dr. Morton said if we're not in the red, they will be in person. So is there the possibility that the West one, if things are good, would be in person?
Yes, that is certainly a possibility. We continue to track the Cali scores weekly and are making decisions based on the information that we have in the category status.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Stern?
Dr. Mahen, I think this is directed to you. So the Are the courses, the new STEM courses, are they going to be, they're kind of intro courses, correct? In terms of the level and in terms of the credit, right? They're not going to be levelized, is that correct?
Yes, all of the courses that we have been adding as electives to our course of study catalog have all not been leveled so that any student can take any course that they want to and not think about how that will potentially impact their GPA.
Thank you. And are these all semester courses?
Yes, these are all semester courses.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Oh, Mrs. Fleischer.
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment that I'm Dr. Mahen and Dr. Morton. I think that the way that the district is going, it really excites me. My child actually has taken some of these courses, the infectious disease and sports medicine, to branch out into STEM. I think it allows a lot of our kids that are looking towards college or different things that haven't had that experience yet to be able to really get like sort of a taste of something, and even like a half a year. So I think this is just a wonderful addition, the STEM classes. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I know I jumped right in at the beginning of the presentation. I just wanted to make sure I took a step back and said that this presentation is given annually to the board to inform the board about new courses that are going to be offered in our course selection booklet, as well as to inform parents of the timeline for selection of classes, open houses, visitations, and things of that nature. So you'll see this every year. And we continue to, as Ms. Fleischer just said, add more and more courses that are reflective of what our students and staff are saying that we need so that we can have a more robust course catalog for our students.
Dr. Milosh?
I just want to thank Dr. Morton for putting this together and Dr. Mahen for managing to go through. It is exciting. And I appreciate the comments that have been shared about, especially about the new courses. To the board members, I shared a draft presentation with you over the weekend about a proposal that some of our high school assistant principals have been working on. Because Dr. Morton is not here this evening, we are not going to go forward with that part of the presentation tonight. I would rather, and he would rather that he's in the room to have that discussion, because it's very innovative in terms of what our building staff is working on and what they want to do. And the first time it gets presented, we want all the important people to have the opportunity to be here in front of you to present that. So while we did share it with the board over the course of the weekend, it will not be delivered this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Milosh. My thanks also for that presentation. It is good as an annual to see what's happening, and it's exciting. Next, we have a presentation on Start Strong data. And with that, I will turn it over to.
Yes, actually, we're going to have Mrs. Schmidt-Sadwin is going to approach the podium to begin this part of the presentation. Also in the audience is Mrs. Holmgren, who is Ms. Schmidt-Sadwin's partner. And Dr. Mahen, I don't know whether you're on the list as a presenter for this one. So Val, you want me to turn it to you? Are you kicking it off?
Yes, I am.
All right,
That's
it's all yours.
Okay. Okay. So for those of you new to the board, I'm Val Schmidt-Sadwin, a data analyst for Cherry Hill Public Schools. And the rest of the board, I think, is saying, oh, it's you again? Yep. So tonight we are presenting the results of this past fall's fall administration of the state assessment, Start Strong. So who was tested and based on what standards? Basically for ELA, it was, and math, it was grades 4 through 10, and grades 6, 9, and 12 were tested in science, all based on the previous grade level standards. The tests are much shorter than the spring NJSLA tests, each only 1 unit for 1 hour. Since these are new tests and we are in a pandemic, the state has provided guidance to us, some of which I'll share. First of all, when publicly reporting state assessment results, consideration should be given to the impacts of COVID-19 on learning and testing conditions and the impact on student participation in the assessments which were required to be administered in person. So what about participation? In Cherry Hill, participation in Start Strong testing was excellent. From 91%, or from the low 90s at the high school to 99% at the elementary and middle school. All tests were administered in Cherry Hill in person between September 27th and October 22nd. More state guidance. The Start Strong assessments were developed in response to the disruption in education caused by the pandemic and were designed specifically to inform instruction going forward. It's not designed to predict future student performance on the NJSLA, also not designed to estimate what a score a student would have received if they had taken the NJSLA in spring of 2021. More state guidance in light of these considerations and of the different design and purpose of Start Strong compared to NJSLA, and I have added the emphasis here in red, the NJDOE would strongly discourage districts from comparing any individual student, school, district Start Strong data to any state level data for Start Strong or any NJSLA data, and therefore we're not going to. The 3 performance levels of Start Strong. The 3 levels of support are strong support may be needed, or level 2, some support may be needed, or less support may be needed. The irony isn't lost on me that the slide immediately subsequent to the guidance not to compare the Start Strong results to NJSLA provides a table also provided by the state that would allow you to do just that. But finally, we have gotten used to the 5 levels of the NJSLA for ELA and math. And so for context, it just seems like it would be helpful to know how the 3 Start Strong levels would compare to the 5 levels for ELA and math. And so therefore, those NJSLA levels that we know so well by now, levels 1 and 2 did not yet meet expectations or partially met expectations, would compare to the strong support may be needed. The level 3 for NJSLA would compare to some support may be needed. And the 4 and 5 met and exceeded expectations would be comparable to the less support may be needed. Now, science, of course, has 4 levels. Don't ask me why. So the level 1 below proficient would be like strong support may be needed. Near proficiency level 2 would be close to some support may be needed. And the 4 and 5 advanced proficient and proficient would be comparable to less support would be needed. You know, of course, they're all using different expectations, proficiency descriptions. And does anyone else think that this might be a little bit more complicated than it needs to be? But these are what we've been given. I think the takeaway here is to remember that the 3 performance levels of Start Strong, and to remember that the design and purpose of Start Strong is different than the design and purpose of NJSLA. Going on to the results. Along the left-hand side, you see the grade levels. You have the strong support needed on the left-hand side. Ideally, we'd have very small percentages here on the left-hand side for strong support needed. And on the right-hand side, less support needed. Ideally, we would have large percentages on the right-hand side for less support needed. Let me also say that to fit on the graph, I have left out the maybe from the support level descriptions. So the support levels are really strong support may be needed, some support may be needed, less support may be needed. So English language arts, ELA, indications of levels of support that may be needed by grade level are pretty consistent. An average of 20% of students tested may need strong support, and around 60% may need less support. Going on to mathematics. Indications that more support is needed in mathematics than ELA in every grade level. This seems to be true not just for Cherry Hill, but statewide and nationwide. A lot of variation among the grade levels, from 24% who need strong support in Algebra 2 to 63% who may need strong support in Algebra 1. Likewise, those who need less support, the far right, range from 9% in grade 8 math to 39% in grade 4 math. I thought it was worthwhile to think a little bit more about the Algebra 1 results with the highest percentage of students who may need strong support. The Algebra 1 test was based on grade 8 math standards. So these 7th grade students that took this test just completed grade 6 last year. So they were taking a grade 8 standards math test. The 7th grade or the 8th grade students had just finished a 7th grade math class and were taking a grade 8 math standards test. Now, it's the high school students who are taking Algebra 1 who show the most need for strong support. And it's not totally unexpected since the high school students who take the NJSLA Algebra 1 test also have not performed as well as the middle school students who take the Algebra 1 NJSLA in the spring. Moving on to science. The science results fall in between the ELA and math results, with about 35% of the students who may need strong support and about 30% on the right-hand side who may need less support. Looking at the results by race and ethnicity, also reflecting trends nationwide, a higher percentage of Black and Hispanic students may need strong support than the other races and ethnicities. Moving on to mathematics, it is particularly the case in mathematics that the Black and Hispanic students have higher percentages needing strong support, may need strong support than the other races and ethnicities. Science, similar, again, Black and Hispanic students they may need strong support, more support, that higher percentage than the other races and ethnicities. And now looking at what I'm calling the special populations, the economically disadvantaged, the students with disabilities, and the English language learners. For ELA, English Language Arts, the district percentage of students who may need strong support was 20%, where here for these groups, we're seeing a range from 34% to 59%. And for the district population, 60% may need less support, the right-hand side of the graph. And the indications are that these groups in general, here we are going from 14 to 42%, as compared to the district-wide 60% for ELA. Going to math. Likewise in math, the district average for those who may need strong support was 45%. And here we see those who need, for these populations, those who need strong support is in the 60s. For those who need less support on the right-hand side of the graph, the district average in mathematics was 25%, and here we see a range from 10 to 14%. Moving on to science. Likewise in science, at the district level, 35% needed strong support, may need strong support, and here we're seeing between 52 and 79% on the right-hand side of the graph. 30% may need less support, and here we're seeing a range from 5 to 19%. Going on to the school exhibits. All subjects on the graph are on the left-hand side. At East, it pretty much mirrors the district numbers in that the most support is needed in mathematics, except Algebra 2, and the least support is needed in English Language Arts or ELA, and science is in between. Likewise at West, the most support seems needed in math, except Algebra 2, then in science, and then in ELA. Then to the middle schools, we start with Beck. Do I sound like a broken record? The most support is needed in math, followed by science, followed by ELA. Please note grade 8 math does not include the results of students who are taking intro to functions, algebra 1, or geometry. And here, grade 6 and grade 8 math seem to need the most support. At Carusi, math in general, grade 6 and 8 and algebra 1 need the most support, followed by science and ELA. Going to Rosa. At Rosa, grade 6, 8, and 8 math and algebra 1 students that have the highest percentage needing the most support, with science and ELA needing less. Now we have the 12 elementary schools, and I've went through those slides quickly. I'm going to go through these slides quickly just to prevent this meeting from being a sleepover. You have all of the slides in front of you as I hand out. This presentation will be on the district website, we're hoping tomorrow, so that everyone can review the results in as much detail as they want. So I'm going to go quickly. Here's Barton. It appears that more support appears to be needed for math than for ELA. At Cooper, more support seems to be needed at math than ELA, but it's close for grade 4. Looking at Hart, more support is indicated for math than ELA. Going to Johnson, more support is indicated for math than for ELA. Going to Kilmore, the same, more for math than ELA. Kingston, the same, more for math than ELA. Knight, the same, but close for grade 4 again, more for math than ELA. At Horace Mann, more support needed for math than for ELA. For the same is true at Thomas Paine, more for math than ELA. Same is true for Sharp, more for math than for ELA. The same is true at Stockton, more for math than ELA. And for Woodcrest, more for math than ELA, but grade 4 again is about the same ELA and math. So in summary, the indication is that more support is needed in mathematics and science than in English language arts for every grade level. More support is needed for Black and Hispanic students than for other racial and ethnic groups. For economically disadvantaged students with disabilities and English language learners, more support is needed for those groups than for the other groups. In summary, more guidance from the state, or at least quotes from the state. The information provided by this assessment is a snapshot of the student's understanding and should only be used with other supporting evidence, assignments, homework, etc., when drawing conclusions about a student's overall academic performance, directly from the Start Strong score interpretation guide. And remember, it was a single test that only lasted 1 hour per subject. And now for the more interesting part of this presentation, Mrs. Faith Holmgren will discuss how the district is responding to the Start Strong results.
Good evening, everyone. As Val mentioned, I'm Faith Holmgren, the district testing coordinator and Val's counterpart. Now that you've had the opportunity to quickly preview the Start Strong data, the obvious question may be, what are we doing to respond to it? I will now provide you with the specific examples of how we are responding to the data at all 3 levels, elementary, middle, and high school. As I stated in my presentation back in the fall, I am going into the schools and working with teachers and administrators during PLC meetings, as well as faculty meetings. So what does this look like at the elementary level? At one specific elementary school, I met with each grade level during a PLC, showing them how to access and then analyze all of this data, which Val just showed you. During the following week, the literacy coach, myself, as well as the basic skills teacher, had follow-up meetings with individual teachers based upon the specific data of their class. The data that we looked at included Start Strong, Eureka Equip, as well as formative classroom assessments. As Val stated, the expectation, which we heard over and over again from the DOE, is that we do not use the Start Strong data in isolation, but that we use it in conjunction with other local data, which is the example that I just provided to you. During these meetings, we identified common gaps or needs based upon all three data points. And then we started developing intervention plans with specific goals to address the needs of the students. We also brainstormed at the elementary level, how we can more efficiently use time during I&E to provide interventions to these students that we have identified. That is just one example, as I said, of how we are responding at the elementary level. So what about middle school? How are we responding at the middle school level? In late fall, myself, along with Scott Goldthorpe, who is the math curriculum supervisor, and Jim Wentz, who is the middle level math coach, had the opportunity to meet with mathematics teachers during one of their department meetings. I showed them how to access and analyze the Start Strong data, but that turned into very meaningful conversations beyond analyzing the data, but starting to discuss how we can purposefully begin to address the needs that we're seeing within the data. After this initial meeting, which all the district administrators attended as well, or all of the school administrators attended as well, they went back and met again with their content area teachers and began to create specific instructional plans with goals attached to them to identify. They created these plans and they were specific based upon the data that we saw. They also decided it was very important to identify alternate times in which they would be able, similarly to elementary, looking at I&E, alternate times during the school day or even after, how they could respond to this data and meet the needs of their students. So what they are doing, for example, at one of the middle schools is they are providing tutoring. The tutoring can either take place after school in person, or tutoring can take place at night remotely or virtually. What I noticed was really important, and I feel like is a really good model at the middle school level, in which I am giving you the example for, is it's an all hands on deck approach. So while you will have a classroom teacher who is providing specific targeted intervention to students in the evening virtually, the guidance counselors are also logging into those sessions, ensuring that the students who were scheduled to be there are there. If they are not, the guidance counselors are then following up with these students the next day, and if needed, with their parents/guardians. So as I said, it is an all hands on deck approach, and they are finding alternate times in which they are able to address the needs that we are finding within this data. And finally, how are the high schools responding to the Start Strong data? At the high school, it looked a little different. I presented the Start Strong data, how to analyze it, to the entire high school level principal meeting. All the administrators at the high school level were present. The principals then went back and turnkeyed this information to their respective departments. Similarly to middle school and elementary school, specific instructional goals were identified. They actually used the form, which I believe this is a PDF, so it's not a live link, but I will be able to provide that to you. They used this form to guide their conversations. So they were very targeted, specific questions that were asked, and specific data, not only Start Strong, was included in informing their decision about what the targeted goals were going to be. Similarly to the high school level, or to the middle school level, the high school teachers also decided it was very important to identify time within the school day that they could also possibly meet the needs of kids. And two of those time frames are lunch and learn, which it's called different things at each of the high schools. That's the label that is used at East, as well as cum laude, which is peer tutoring. So while these are most definitely not all the examples that I could have provided to you, these are just a few that show you the immediate steps we are taking to address the areas of need we are finding within the Start Strong data, as well as, obviously, as I mentioned, other local data that we are collecting. I'm going to pass this over to Farah now.
Yeah. So you've heard from Mrs. Schmid-Sadwin and from Mrs. Holmgren in regards to the data sets, and then certain steps that we are taking, or particular steps that we are taking in the elementary, middle, and high school. I want to bring your attention back to the presentation that you saw at the last board meeting that spoke specifically to the American Rescue Plan funds. The American Rescue Plan funds are broken into 3 distinct areas: the safe return to in-person learning loss activities that address social, emotional, and academic needs, and the disproportionate impact on our subgroups, and then public health protocols that are consistent with the department, with the CDC. Those funds were then broken down into 3 distinct areas: accelerated learning, coaching, and educator support grant, summer learning and enrichment activities grant, and the evidence-based comprehensive beyond the school day grant. The accelerated learning, coaching, and educator support grant speaks specifically to improving equitable access to grade level content and high level quality resources for all students, as well as prioritizing content and learning by focusing on the depth of instruction rather than the pace. The evidence-based comprehensive beyond the school day grant speaks to enrichment, social emotional learning, and programs for parents and caregivers. I highlight these areas because at our last meeting, I spoke broadly in regards to how we were going to be utilizing these funds at our schools. Tonight, based on the data that you have seen, I wanted to offer more in-depth background to what we are doing and thinking about a 3-pronged approach with support for administrators, teachers, and students and caregivers. Here are some actionable things that have been planned and will be taking place in the district. Each school has been allocated between $10,000 and $20,000 to implement a math-based program at their school. The principals were able to look at their individual data and determine what supports would be necessary to support their students. Some of the programs that will be put in place include book studies to deepen teachers' pedagogical understanding and instructional practices using the book Mathematical Mindsets by Joe Bowler. Tutoring programs before, after, and evening hours for students to be able to access. Teacher professional development summits that speak specifically to algebra, geometry, and algebra 2, with a specific emphasis on the creation of formative assessments. Access to programs that support math skills, including, as an example, Happy Numbers and Zern. Instructional coach who is being brought into the schools to work as a consultant with an emphasis on differentiated instruction to support Eureka Math. Additionally, there are parent information nights that will be scheduled because one of the things we have heard, particularly in regards to Eureka, is how parents are able to teach their children at home and support the implementation of the curriculum in school. And lastly, at-home learning kits that provide additional mathematics manipulatives and resources, again, that can be used in the home setting. On February 1st, we have an in-service day. All K-8 teachers in the district at the secondary level or middle school, the math teachers will have Eureka Math training, additional Eureka Math training that is being organized by Mr. Scott Goldthorpe, our math supervisor, recently so that we can hone in on particular skill sets and topics that teachers need covered. A survey was sent out to determine which area teachers would like to participate in so that the sessions can be differentiated based on exposure and access to Eureka. For our secondary schools, we are working closely with Dr. Eric Milo from Rowan University to support, again, our pedagogical practices and to improve our instructional coaching. And lastly, because I've mentioned items that will support teachers, items that will support teaching and learning, items that will support parents and caregivers, and then ultimately items that will trickle down to students and student engagement. The last area is also making sure that our administrators are versed in understanding of mathematics, instructional practices for mathematics, and pedagogical practices. There will be a principal academy that is also ironically called Start Strong for Leaders. This professional development for administrators is hosted by Great Minds, which is the parent company for Eureka Math. Each one of these examples that I have offered will be seen across the K-12 spectrum and across the 19 schools. So this, in conjunction with the data that Mrs. Schmid-Sadwin shared with us and the deep data dives that Mrs. Holmgren described for you, we anticipate will certainly have an impact on math achievement. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you to the trifecta team that did an amazing job getting us up to speed. With that, board member questions? Ms. Friedel.
Thank you. Thank you to all of the presenters. That's good information for us to use. So I just have a few questions. So the learning labs at the elementary and the middle school, when will those begin? I got a couple of questions, so I'll group them together. Are they open to all students, or are students being identified? And how is the information being communicated to the students and the parents? So in the one example, one of the middle schools are scheduling the students, and the guidance counselor is signing in and joining. So I assume that the learning labs have already started, but how is that information being conveyed? And then my other question on this is, at the elementary level, how are we looking at transportation? So middle school and high school, they're late buses, but we don't have that at the elementary level. So if we have students who are in need of the support and they don't have the ride, the bus to get home or somebody to pick them up, and perhaps the evening isn't going to work, I'm just concerned that some of our students who need the support may not receive it.
All great questions, Mrs. Friedel. I'm going to start with the last question. The programs at the elementary school are going to be offered before school, during the academic day, after school for parents who are able to provide transportation, and virtually in the evening, because we wanted to be sure that transportation was not a hindrance for students to be able to have access to the resources that are going to be available to them. Then to go back, the learning labs will be starting, if they have not already started, they will be starting in the coming weeks. Each of the principals had to develop a comprehensive plan for their respective school and then review that plan with Dr. Morton and I, make sure that they were in the budgetary constraints that we have, as well as develop a plan that would meet the needs of their students. All of those meetings have taken place, have finished. Principals have built their programs, staff has been secured, and we are looking to start right away. So they will be beginning shortly if they have not already begun. It is my understanding, based on the data that you saw this evening, that there is certainly a wide net that can be cast to support students in terms of mathematics. So programs will be, some students will be specifically targeted. No students obviously will be turned away. We want to be sure that we support all of our students in their mathematical growth and mathematical understanding. And each school, each building principal will communicate out to the parents and to the students when they should be participating in the program, when the programs are being offered, if they are doing programs virtually or in the evening, you know, how to log on and access those programs. So all of that information will come directly from the building administrators, if it's secondary, and or the building principal or classroom teachers at the elementary level. I think I answered all of them, Mrs. Friedel.
You did, Dr. Mahen. So I guess one last question. So if families don't hear, if a family feels their child is struggling, or they check the results of the Start Strong data for their child, and they haven't been contacted by the principal or the school by a certain date, is there a certain date that they should reach out if they haven't heard?
I certainly don't want to put our building principals on a deadline, but I would say if they have not heard in the next 2 weeks, that they should certainly be reaching out to the building administrator to have a conversation in regards to what services and supports they have. We have been working on this because, as you are aware, we had the data released to us prior to sharing it out publicly this evening. So principals are keenly aware of what their data said, and we're given resources to develop a program to support their students that we discussed having rolled out in January. Many of them are eager and ready to get started.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Mahan. And I just want to say to Mrs. Schmid-Sadwin, we are always happy to see you.
Thank you, Mrs. Friedel.
Dr. Rood?
I don't know if this is a question so much as just kind of my comment or thoughts on this. Looking at the Start Strong data, it doesn't, it's kind of a one-off test, so it doesn't really reflect the disruption, the impact caused by the pandemic and virtual learning and online learning necessarily. So I do wonder in all of the data collection if there's any effort to look at past testing and tracks across students from pre-pandemic to post-pandemic to be able to see if there are any educational needs that are specific to things that have gone on during the pandemic. I know that's maybe kind of a hard thing to do, but just in terms of looking at the data, we can see where there's weaknesses, but I just wonder, are there specific things that are weaknesses specifically because of instruction during the pandemic and things that could be improved on there? And that leads me to sort of a question comment. In terms, so looking at just the data that we have, it looks very much like if I were to pick out of this the magic thing that seems to have been the hardest during the pandemic and virtual learning, it was probably math and science instruction. That seems to be where the most extra assistance is needed. And so I would urge I guess all the players involved to kind of think about, is there anything that we could do if we have to do a virtual anything in the future, if we're going to offer any virtual programs in the future, anything like that, if there's anything we can do to improve specifically virtual and online math and science education, just in case that was a more difficult thing. I can imagine doing like history or English through an online platform would be easier than something where a lot of times you need a teacher over your shoulder to, point and tell you what to change on a math equation. So I guess that's my comment is what can we learn from this? And I would encourage you to use the data to try to track what the pandemic actually may have done. Thank you. And by the way, I applaud your efforts at addressing the data and all of the things you do. That sounds like you're doing an absolutely excellent job. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Root, for your comments. I do just want to respond to the first one, well, to both of them. The first one, one of the things that Mrs. Schmidt-Sadwin had included in her presentation is that Start Strong was not designed to predict future performance on NJSLA, and it was not designed to estimate a score that a student could potentially have received on NJSLA. I bring us back to that because we are not comparing apples to apples. So Start Strong is a one-shot deal assessment, as you mentioned in your comment. But over the last 5 or 6 years, and Ms. Schmidt-Sadwin, please correct me if I'm wrong, we have gone from what used to be called NJ Ask to PARC to NJSLA. So when we talk about comparing those assessments, it's extremely difficult. One of the things that we have done, though, is look at particular strand areas within the assessment so that we can start to talk about particular curricular changes or content area changes that need to be made, not necessarily specific to the design of the test. So just something for everyone to keep in mind. And Mrs. Schmidt-Sadwin, you're giving me the nod, so I'm okay. I didn't know if you wanted to add anything else. And your comment in regards to ensuring that we are providing the most efficient instructional strategies for students for mathematics and science is certainly noted and well taken. You have several mathematics teachers and educators in the room tonight. They have worked very closely with Heather Esposito, who is our single technology coach in the district, to fuse technology and curriculum integration to bring our curriculum to life in a virtual format. So that is something that we certainly accept that recommendation and understand the importance of it. So thank you.
Mrs. Arroyo?
Thank you. I just have 2 questions. Have we talked to some of the students to see how best to support some of their needs? And have gotten feedback on how the schools were using that to implement their plans? And then the next one is the funding that we received. It talks about equitable access, and I see that you've allowed for space for students and families to be able to access morning, in school, after school, and virtual. But does that also incorporate how Latino and Black students may need additional supports or different learning mechanisms? Because it's clear from the data, along with students with abilities and our English language learners, like, is there specific things that we're using? Because what we didn't, like, in terms of detail, we didn't get that, but I'm assuming something is happening around focusing on those special populations.
Absolutely. So we allowed the principals to individualize their plans to meet the needs of their students. So when we are working through the plans, when Dr. Morton and I met with the principals, we certainly had an eye to populations that are historically underrepresented and those that did not achieve as well on this particular assessment. So absolutely, that is always a factor. What I would say is, in terms of providing instruction that meets the needs of historically underrepresented students, is definitely a focus of ours. The math experts that are here in the building, as well as the teachers who will be providing that additional support, have also been told about additional resources, particularly for our ESL students, classified students, Black and Latino students, to make sure that they are receiving the necessary supports to be successful. Sorry, I'm trying to go through all your questions.
Sure.
And in terms of speaking to students, I can tell you, I currently work at the elementary level. So really we honed our conversations in based on parent feedback. I believe at the high school level, there were conversations with students to determine what they felt would be the best mechanism or platform to provide supports and services. And more frequently at the secondary level, students are certainly more vocal in terms of saying what they need to be successful. So I know that their voice was definitely present in all of the development of the plans.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Arroyo.
Mrs. Elmore Stratton.
Thank you. First, thank you so much for I love when you ladies present because I love data and I'm weird in that way. But first question, is this the test that we were really excited about because there was a quick turnover in the result? Okay, that's what I thought. And then just to clarify, so when we say economically disadvantaged, we're talking about those of free or reduced that qualify for free or reduced lunch?
Yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned some things about delinquency, and I was wondering, is that an issue that's come up post-pandemic that may have not been one pre-pandemic? Or is that did I mishear that? Is that playing a part in it all? And not delinquency in the terms of the full school day, but maybe some kids are just missing some days or missing some classes that is preventing them from being where they need to be?
Mrs. Elmore Stratton, can you direct me to the slide that you're speaking to? Because
I think she had just mentioned that there was some gaps in what had happened, I think in the early part of the presentation.
I'm not sure.
But it was just specific to speaking to students that had missed certain portions, and I may have just misheard it.
I think maybe you're referencing attendance.
Yes.
No, we had very high levels of attendance for participation in the Start Strong assessment. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just jotted things down fast, but okay. So that was my other question. And then for the tutoring, and I think Mrs. Arroyo may have kind of asked this, but for the tutoring that's happening, is it that they're mandatory, optional, or we just kind of say these students have identified and suggest for them to participate?
It is strongly encouraged that if you receive an invitation that your child participate. So although we have not made it mandatory, we are strongly encouraging students who are offered an invitation to participate.
And are those invitations but getting to the caregiver? Or I'm specifically thinking of the high school level. Is that making it home to the caregiver, or is that just going directly to the student?
I can certainly follow up with that to make sure that the parents are also informed if the communication is directly with the child. I certainly understand the challenges of things that are not communicated from adolescent children.
Yeah, because I have several that don't tell me anything that they're supposed to do during the day. So I can imagine there might be some other caregivers that are in my similar situation. So, and then the other question I had, and this may make you guys figure out my age really quickly, but are we still doing programs that are similar to the AVID program at the high school level or at the middle school level? I know we did that way back like 2010 or so.
We are not still engaged in the AVID program. I will tell you some of the good practices that are used by AVID. AVID's a program that we had in district for a few years. AVID is an acronym. It stands for Advancement via Individual Determination. It was a program that started out in California. Actually, when we were engaged and involved in the program, the numbers were great because it was about kids going to college. The program is really not designed for a school district like ours. However, some of the practices that were beneficial to students who were first generation to be able to go to college are still implemented and used within the school system. I don't know that if you went and spoke to the teachers in the buildings that they would necessarily be able to identify them as AVID practices, but we continued on some of those practices through the guidance office, the guidance offices, and just some of the good practices that were going on with staff.
Okay. And I asked that because my final question is, are we, this just seems like so much work for our teachers and administrators. This is crazy. But I also know that we can't have this be like a repeated thing on testing where we're falling behind with the same audiences or the same demographics. So are we by chance looking at any other outside supports? I know the AVID program was something that came up from the outside that we saw that someone brought in. Is there any other option for us to look for outside supports that can support or some community efforts or community organizations that specialize in these things, specifically to speak to our Black and Brown children in terms of getting to them in a different manner that may not be so much looking like school, I guess, that would really help us with what's needed in terms of math and reading and science?
Absolutely. We are always looking to work with consultants. I mentioned two of them during the presentation, Dr. Eric Milo from Rowan University, and then the consultants for the Start Strong Support Administrator training through Great Mind. If there are resources that are available in the community, we can certainly have a conversation and speak to them in regards to how they can best support us with math instruction and science instruction for students who are historically underrepresented. So absolutely, we pride ourselves on partnering with a variety of organizations and universities to offer the best supports for our students.
I love that. I think
Ms.
this is
Elmer's
going to
trying
take
to
the village.
I'll also say that it's a little tease because tonight, Mr. Goldthorpe and some members of his team will be talking about math and science and some of the things specifically that are going on. So there will be some very good information that we'll share a little bit later in the evening.
Good, good. I mean, I love to hear, and I'm looking at Principal Guy, so it's making me think of some of the things he's brought in specifically that speaks to our African-American males and stuff like that. And if we can find some resources like that, that will be targeting them to help their reading, math, and scores or proficiency, then we should probably get some folks to let us know what's out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Fleischer?
Thank you. I wanted to thank you first for such a comprehensive presentation and data analysis. It's amazing what you've all done in such a short period of time. I had a quick question. It probably isn't quick, right? There's no quick questions about this. But I know the strongest support is needed when it comes to math, and that's what it said in the data. However, as we've seen, that especially in fourth grade, there were some classes that the ELA was close, and even in science for the high school. So I didn't know if there was anything specific besides all the math focus that we're having, which is extremely important. If there's any ELA and science driven programs that you're thinking about or help for that area.
Yes, and that's a great question. So when the principals sat down in their meetings with Dr. Morton and I, when we looked at the data, if there was a school who needed particular support in ELA and or in science, they were able to utilize some of their funds to support programs in those areas. Some of the ELA interventions mirror what you heard this evening in regards to math. The really big push for science, as I had shared earlier, it's more computer science STEM education. At the elementary school, you are all aware that the technology course is turning over to a computer science course. So some funding has been put forth to support our supplemental support instructors, which are technology teachers, in their understanding of computer science and the relationship to math and to science and the rewriting of that entire curriculum and the exposure to them with Ozobots. Dr. Morton and I are working very closely with Mr. Plavinsky down the table from me in regards to providing for access to augmented reality, STEM-related materials and robotics-related materials to support continued education in terms of STEM. And then also continuing, just going back to Mr. Root's comment, as well as Ms. Fleischer's comment, we do recognize that teaching of mathematics and science virtually is difficult, as it is for all subjects, which really supports our commitment to in-person instruction and making sure that we have our students in front of us so that we can provide them with the greatest access to resources, materials, and curriculum. So yes, long answer to a short yes, but wanted to make sure that it was clear that there is support in other academic areas, but based on what you heard this evening, we really need to be intentional and specific about what we are doing for math achievement. But thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Ms. Stern?
Thank you. So, Mrs. Schmidt-Sadman and Mrs. Holmgren, I just have to tell you, I love this data, and I look forward to your presentations every time. So please echo Miss Friedell's sentiment about that. And it's really, really helpful because that's something as a board, we're always thinking about, where's the data? What can we lean on? And I think to, my fellow board members, have said a lot of great, brought up really great points. And I think some of my stuff is woven into that. And I guess more for, for all of us, I think that while we understand that this is a snapshot and this is not, we're also, being asked to look at it in like a larger context, which I think makes a lot of sense. And I think this is a district, mathematics and STEM is a district goal because it has been year after year an area of struggle for us in all of our testing, no matter what name it was under. And actually, interestingly, this is the first time that I can recall that there's been similar results in some of our mathematic testing at the high school level at both East and West high schools, which is, I don't recall seeing that before. I always see a much greater disparity in some of the numbers. So, what that says to me is we're just really struggling. And, I think I just love this, huge approach. And it as, as Elmar Shatton said, this is a big task. And I love what's happening. So, the whole hands-on deck approach always makes sense to me in general for tackling most big problems, especially when they're patterns of problems, which this seems to be a problem, but struggle. So, I'm hearing it's happening, and I just want to clarify from Dr. Mahen, the learning labs. So I thought I heard that that's happening at the middle school level. Did I hear from you that it's also happening at the high school level?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to thank you. And so just to further clarify, the middle school, I love that there's follow-up. It's so comprehensive, guidance counselors, because we know it kind of weaves in the whole SEL component, which is so big. Is that happening at the high school level? Because what I didn't see in the presentation was, are we offering afternoon and after school and evening tutoring as a supplement at the high school level? Or is that about to be implemented? When you said implemented in the next week, you mean at all, I guess, all three high schools or both high schools with the home schools?
Yes. So that is my understanding that is already being implemented at the secondary schools for East, West, and the alternative high school.
Because just to clarify, the cum laude is student-led, and that's what's happening outside of school hours. I didn't see anything, and it was a question I asked. Are we having after school and evening tutoring for our high school students? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we are. Okay.
Yes.
And is there follow-up from guidance then? You're saying that there is that same type of approach at the high school level?
So I am not positive, and I would not want to misspeak. However, the guidance counselors, I'm sure, are involved in the process, maybe not to the extent that you're seeing at the middle school level. The programs that have been put into place right now, let me back up. At the high school level, we have been very intentional around making sure that our teachers understand the neuroscience behind teaching and learning and how the brain processes and is primed for receiving instruction. That work has been done through a book study by Zaretta Hammond, and that really speaks more to the social emotional piece and the supports that the teachers can put in place to support students in their learning, and the social emotional piece that you just asked. So although guidance counselors may not be involved in the way that you are seeing guidance counselors involved at the middle school level, which they certainly can be, they are involved from a professional development, receipt of brain-based research and how they should be communicating with families and supporting students with their academics. So
No, that makes sense. And I think kind of that ties into what Mrs. Elmore Stratton asked about in terms of the communication with the parents at the high school level, because with 3 high schoolers, I have the same issue. So I know what you're talking about. And I think I was thinking too, you know, I know there's you know, resources that with the ESSER funds that are putting towards, you know, engaging parents. I almost, as you were talking, I was thinking, you know, wouldn't it be great if parents got a snapshot of this, what we're all getting as, you know, an email from the principals at all levels, so that they know what's going on, they know what's available, they know what's being offered, and that, like, let's say that email got missed, you know, because their email got hacked and they changed their email or whatever, you know, that they could, oh, wow, that's going on. I didn't, well, I guess, you know, I just contradicted myself by saying sending an email to parents and then telling you they might not get it. But anyway, you know what I mean? That I think that they get the information, and, you know, it'd be great for them to have it. So thank you for clarifying that. And I specifically asked about the tutoring because I think cum laude is amazing, but that's also led by students who are also living through a pandemic, you know, and they have their own challenges. And I think they're great. Students sometimes are peer tutoring, sometimes probably more effective. My guess is sometimes more effective than teacher tutoring, but, you know, I know my own kids who are now 9th graders. So they're in the vast majority of students who, you know, did not who needed support. They regularly attended, this is anecdotally, you know, they regularly attended the after school tutoring that was offered last year, virtual in the middle school level. And it was enormous. It was truly so helpful for them. And that's just my own experience, but, you know, just we learn from our kids, right? So
Mrs. Starn, can I just jump in?
Yeah,
Because I
sure.
did just receive clarification that East is currently offering tutoring in the evening 1 night per week. And they have added teachers. Cum laude at East includes teachers as well. It's not just students who are providing the tutoring.
So I think as a board member, this is probably more of a board discussion, is, you know, if, because we're talking about budget tonight too, you know, do we, you know, in a big picture, do we need to look at how we're supporting these resources? Or should we be putting more supports to your efforts and the district's efforts to make sure that, if you guys come back to us and, you know, a month and you say, this is great, this is exactly what we need, or maybe we need different, you know, that we want to support that, you know, from a budgetary standpoint, you know, too. So, you know, so thank you for clarifying that. I just think, again, this is, you know, as long as that's being communicated, I mean, I wasn't sure, so that's helpful. So there was mention that either anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 was being allocated per school. So I think about the size of like our high schools versus the size of some of our elementary, you know, some of our elementaries have like the entire school has half the number of kids of one class at our high school. So, you know, does that make sense the way we're allocating that? Like in terms of, are we looking proportionally? I mean, obviously the needs are different levels too, but.
So great question. Yes, we did look at each of the respective buildings and number of students that are in the building. One of the things that you just need to be mindful of is that a significant portion of the money has been in the guidance from the DOE is supposed to be allocated to the elementary schools. That's number one. And then the second piece is that in addition to what you heard tonight in regards to allocations, the amount of funds that we have received as a district is significant, and large portions of that have been allocated to the high schools. And I'll give you an example. Although we are talking about tutoring and after school supports and things of that nature right now, another way that we have financially supported the high schools is through credit recovery, so that families do not have to incur the cost of students being able to complete their courses. So that is something that's not available at the elementary school, but a significant portion of the funds were allocated to that to support ensuring that all of our high school students had fulfilled all of their credit requirements. So certainly a point noted, but just variations in how the funds are allocated across the schools.
That's really helpful. Thank you for, that further explanation. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I just, Dr. did you want to go again? Okay, so let me just a couple quick things. Thanks again for really a robust discussion. Just a couple things from me. I definitely like to look at this as an overall issue more often. We have first quarter grades. I think second quarter grades will be coming. I'd be curious to see, this is a moment in time, but nonetheless, grades and how our students are performing in our schools on our standards. That's something I'd like to look at. I know we look at it at least annually, maybe twice, but the more we can do that and get closer in time to, when these tests are administered, but on a rolling basis, I think is going to be good for this board. Academic achievement is really one of the principal things we as a board are charged with, and more familiarity will help. As it is also true that I think we find a lot of the same insights as we do this testing over time. My guess is, I people know very well that I'm not an educational expert, but for those in the room that are, I think we see a lot of the same results as we break through to populations and as we break through across levels, time and again. And so just, being more familiar and looking at it more regularly, I think will benefit us. Really in our supportive role of doing the best for the kids. I think there certainly is a role for student voice and figuring out what's working and getting really to that level, whether that's surveying, whether that's town hall that the superintendency does. And I think teacher voice is also important. And of course, we're getting some administrative voice, but it's definitely important to hear, from people how this is going. What are the barriers that we're facing, 20 months into the pandemic? What's working, and I think, professional development is a great way to do it, but I think, there's local excellence to be done in getting people together and hearing directly. And then I think, with some of the supports, as several board members have mentioned, it would be good to look at kind of the action. What, who's taking the take-home packets? How are those being done in individual households? Getting to the teacher level and what are some of the things that, despite perhaps our best efforts, it's just not coming through the other side to get students an equitable amount of support in their individualized situations. That would be good to think about and to see as we roll out quite an extensive program as a district in a very important time to do it. So with that, I would say thank you very much for the expertise in the room and for helping guide us down this very important path that I'm sure we'll talk about sometime again soon. And with that, I will turn it to the next report, which is the road forward, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Milosh.
Thank you, Mr. Avadia, and thank you all for the great discussion. Thank you, Ms. Sadwin, and thank you, Ms. Holmgren, for joining Dr. Mahen in that presentation. As we transition, Dr. Mahan is going to pull up another presentation that Dr. Morton recorded for us on a road forward update. Again, if you just joined, unfortunately, Dr. Morton was not able to be with us this evening, but he did have his presentations ready to go. So Dr. Mahan is going to roll this one out for us as well. It's been a busy little over a week since we've returned from winter break, especially when it comes to road forward with information that's been out there.
So again, as Dr. Milosh just mentioned, I will be sharing a presentation prepared by Dr. Morton. And at the conclusion, if there are questions, we can certainly respond.
Hello, this is Dr. Kwame Morton, and this evening I'll be bringing the board and the community updates regarding the district's road forward plan. As always, as a district, we remain committed to the health and safety of all students and staff members, regularly scheduled school days for all students, breakfast and lunch being available and scheduled for students. We commit to continuing to work in collaboration with the New Jersey Department of Education, New Jersey Department of Health, Camden County Department of Health as well. We also remain committed to communicating information transparently with students, families, staff members, and with the community. In the latest COVID activity level report issued last week for the week ending January 1st, you'll notice that the entire state has moved to the very high risk category. That's the red category, meaning that the transmission rate of COVID has increased. As such, we have instituted mitigation strategies to help us to institute our district commitments and remain open to provide service to our students. I'll be reviewing those mitigation strategies now. Visitors to schools. There will be no access for visitors to school buildings. Meetings will need to be held in a virtual format. Building principals will share specific guidelines to their communities regarding drop-off, pickup of materials if needed. Field trips will be temporarily suspended while we are in high-risk category. Extracurricular events and activities that are school-based, that is concerts, open houses, and things of the sort that were scheduled for in-person will need to be postponed or conducted virtually. This is a perfect opportunity for us also to review the district's daily health screening protocols. As a reminder, all students and staff are required to conduct a daily health screening. If any of the symptoms that are listed on the health screening are present, students or staff must remain home and should not report to a school building. It's also a reminder for daily cleanliness standards. Hand washing with soap and water for at least 20 seconds should occur frequently. Additionally, students and staff are reminded to maintain optimum social distancing wherever and whenever possible. At our athletics events, spectators will be limited to 2 parents or guardians. Approved parent, guardian spectators attending the athletic events will be confirmed with each team beforehand. Spectators will be greeted by a staff member upon entering the building and given directions on where to go. Visiting teams will provide a roster of players and guardians attending the game one day prior to the game day. Spectators from visiting teams will be verified at the entrance by a supervisor upon entering the facility. Additionally, food and beverage concessions will not be sold during this time. However, live streaming will be available for all events held in DeBart Gym at High School East and for those held at Jones Gym at High School West. The links to each one of the live streams are below in the presentation. Temporary remote instruction. On January 6th, we provided the following updates regarding remote instruction. Temporary remote learning will be available for students in grades pre-K through 12 for any COVID-related issue, including but not limited to the following: students identified as close contacts, students awaiting access to a COVID test, students awaiting COVID testing results, students quarantining due to travel, students who have self-screened at home and are experiencing symptoms as specified on the COVID-19 at-home screening checklist, students exposed to a COVID-positive relative. As a reminder, there will continue to be a waiting period of 1 to 3 days before live temporary remote learning is able to begin. This is to give teachers an opportunity to prepare for students. And one last note, if the classroom teacher is absent for an extended period of time and a substitute is covering the class, students will engage in asynchronous learning posted to the Google Classroom. Mask. Just yesterday, on January 10th, during a COVID briefing, Governor Phil Murphy announced that the masking mandate for all schools and daycare centers will be extended for the foreseeable future. Under the extended mandate, our students and staff will continue to follow current masking protocols. As such, masks must be worn by any adult in the building at all times unless they're in a room by themselves. Masks must be worn by students all times, on buses, in the hallway, in the cafeteria or APRs. Once seated and physically eating, mask may be removed. Students must also maintain their mask on when going to and in the restrooms and in classrooms. One final note, the Road Forward level subcommittees met last week and continue to meet this week. There will be a meeting of the whole group on February 18th. We will continue to discuss additional updates and our status at the time. Thank you.
Dr. Mahen, just before you jump in with questions, just want to also let folks know, in case you did not see it, the governor released executive orders 280 and 281 earlier this afternoon, which reinstated a public health emergency effective immediately. This allows the state to do a number of things to address the continued threat of COVID-19, as well as the rapidly spreading Omicron variant. Executive Order 280 declares a public health emergency and restates the existing state of emergency across all 21 counties. This allows state agencies and departments to utilize state resources to assist the state's healthcare system and affected communities responding to and recovering from COVID-19 cases. Executive Order 281 continues a suite of executive orders from last year and from this year to remain in effect, as well as extends various regulatory actions. The public health emergency will allow the state to continue vaccine distribution, vaccination or testing requirements in certain settings, and that kind of thing. In Dr. Morton's presentation, he talked about the continuation of the requirement for masks. In our Road Forward plan that was adopted by the board last fall, we do have a mandatory requirement for masks. That is in effect. That would have been in effect today and tomorrow, regardless of where the governor was with the executive order. The executive order just supports that in terms of where we are. So we'll be continuing on with the masks.
Any questions?
Ms. Friedel.
I just have one question. So I believe that because of the number of people who are experiencing symptoms, either getting at-home tests that you can purchase at the pharmacies or finding appointments for testing is becoming very, very challenging. So is there a thought process to what families do if, their children are experiencing the symptoms? They just keep them home until they can get that appointment, even if it's 5 or 6 days out?
Yes, Ms. Friedel, when families and children screen at home every morning, if a child does not pass the screening, we absolutely encourage and urge parents to keep them at home. It's one of the reasons that last week we expanded the opportunity for the virtual learning for children who are being impacted directly by COVID, because we know that the tests have been at a premium and have been a challenge for many families in order to secure testing for their child. We do not want parents to send their kids to school if they are not feeling well and if they do not pass the screening. Also, if families, if you take your child to be tested, do not send them to school to wait to find out the results. If you have taken your child to be tested because you believe that there's a reason that you need to be concerned, they should not be in school. We don't want you to send them. We want them to be educated, contact the school nurse, we'll get them set up with the virtual instruction. And we appreciate, the work that our school nurses have done over the last couple of weeks, including during the winter break, has been in some ways Herculean. Many of them worked throughout the week that we were on winter break. They worked, through each one of the holidays. They were in contact with parents throughout the week and throughout the weekend, as were folks in our HR department, just to make sure that we were continuing and that we were ready to go once school opened. So continue to contact your nurses, continue to ask the questions, continue to share that information. It's through the school nurse's office that we're able to do the initiation of the virtual instruction for children who are directly impacted by COVID.
Dr. Rood.
I'm sure that others will ask more about virtual instruction or maybe not, but I wanted to just ask, is there any kind of conversation with students about improving quality of life and joy. That sounds like a weird question, but I'm looking at the road forward and I'm seeing, you know, you can only 2 members to your sports games, and things are being postponed and field trips suspended, dances not happening. What efforts are there to come up with a pandemic world-friendly way of increasing school spirit and trying to help students find joy in their education and try to get away from the stress and the anger and the frustration and all of the emotions that we are all feeling during this time? What kind of conversations have you had? And I guess that's the question.
So Dr. Rood, I will start, and Dr. Milosh, if you want to piggyback. I would say one, Dr. Rood, you will have an opportunity to hear from our student board reps, and they are quite vocal in sharing with us what is happening at the school level and being representatives of the students at their respective high schools, and making sure that student voice is always present to us as well as to all of you. Each of our school buildings has a student voice committee of some sort where students are allowed to share their pleasures, their concerns, their wants, their needs. And that actually, those committees were in place prior to the pandemic hitting, because student voice is something that we certainly value here in Cherry Hill. We have worked over the past several years with Dr. Russ Qualia from the Qualia Institute for Student Aspirations and Student Voice to make sure that there are platforms for students to share their experiences and what they need to be successful within Cherry Hill Public Schools. With that said, there are resources that have been put into place across our schools to support the social emotional learning and development of students through guidance, through programs such as Care, Solace, and Thrive, through outreach programs for families and students. So certainly something that we are all cognizant of and want to be sure that students are still receiving the experience that makes things fun, as you mentioned, because that is certainly part of the socialization aspect that occurs in the school setting.
Thanks, Dr. Mahen. And I would just add too, Dr. Reed, one of the things that we have really worked to do throughout the course of this entire year is to maintain the in-person opportunities for students, to be at school. As we've been dealing with the pandemic for, more than 20 months at this point, we have been thoughtful, we've been deliberate in our approach and in our decision-making, and we've evolved in terms of how we are doing what we are doing. I give a lot of credit, in the largest share of the credit to the educators and the support staff that are working in the buildings on a daily basis, with what they are doing each and every day, to develop lessons, plan lessons, implement lessons, in an environment that, for sure has changed from where it was just 2 years ago. Maintaining that in-person environment is incredibly important to us. As Dr. Morton went over in his presentation for the road forward, it's one of the commitments we've made to the community, during the course of the past year. One of the things that we wanted to continue to be able to do. The new mitigation strategies about 2 people being able to attend events literally just went into effect yesterday. We're hoping that when we move back out of the red, we will look at those again. Part of our responsibility, is to make sure that we are maintaining and providing an environment that is developmentally appropriate for students and the one that it is safe. It's why we looked at field trips, and some large scale field trips that go out because we can control as much as we can in the environment within the walls of our school. But we can't control a whole lot once the kids get out and on the outside, in terms of how mitigation strategies are being applied and being implemented. And I'll tell you in terms of the students, when we came down this evening into the all-purpose room for the meeting, our 2 student board reps and two alternates, the 4 high school students we meet with regularly, came right over to me and asked me, can we meet on Thursday? So we're going to go back and forth and set up a time so we can have those discussions. And again, they represent, the thousands of students at the high school, and they truly do share that voice. We're always excited at the action meeting each month when they have the opportunity, to present, to address directly. But it's, God bless you. One of the things in speaking with them and talking to them about what is it that you need and what can we do within the confines of what's going on, right? In terms of dealing with the pandemic. So thanks. Good question.
Mrs. Fleischer.
Thank you. I had a question about the attendance policy. I've been receiving some emails from the high school actually that stated the previous attendance policy about if you miss 3 classes, what it used to be. If you miss 3 classes, you get a warning. 6 classes, a semester, or 12 in the year, you'll get a no credit status for your class, and then you get a letter sent to you. I know that was what it was in the past. I am guessing it's not that now, just from what we're talking about, but it is being pushed out to parents. So I just wanted to ask, are they getting letters, or are we just revising it for, COVID?
It's a good question, Ms. Fleischer. The policy actually hasn't changed, right? The attendance policy still is the attendance policy. It's something that the folks at the high schools are monitoring. They're continuing to go through the steps that they would normally go through based on, what the policy states about number of absences for the class. The goal is to make sure that everybody is aware what those absences look like. When students if they are out because they are ill because of COVID symptoms or because of a screening or because of a positive, and they're accessing the course, through the virtual line, they're marked present. Right? That counts as being present in the classroom for that day. Students, many of them are able to do that. Sometimes they're ill and they're just not able to do that, which is okay too. But the sooner that we can have the conversations and the ongoing conversations, it can be documented to say, listen, this is when I was out. This is when I had COVID symptoms, or this is when I had COVID. This is when I had been exposed, or this is when I had the flu, so that it can be there. That's done internally at each one of the high schools, but it's just a matter of an accountability piece to stay on top of where it is. It's one of the compliance and regulatory things that has not changed from the state in terms of what the expectation is for school districts.
Thank you so much for the clarification, Dr. Milosh. Maybe the high schools could make a little tiny note that says, if it's due to COVID, please contact the school, instead of getting maybe a letter automated. So that would be the only thing, but I appreciate the clarification. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Elmore Stratton.
I just had a question, and it might have been in a presentation. Is there a specific type of test? Because you mentioned if they get tested, don't just bring your child to school while you're waiting for results. And I know there's like the rapid and the PCR. Does it have to be a specific one they have done?
Ms. Swethington or Ms. Adrian?
Give us 1 second, Dr. Milosh.
Our experts are conferring.
Just the PCR.
I'm sorry.
Just the PCR test.
The PCR is what they're looking at. Now, if somebody takes a home test, right, and said their child's coming up positive, we are still telling them to stay home, right? We're still telling them to enter into the protocols and going through, right?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Ms. Stern.
So is there any update? I have 2 questions. Is there any update currently on the or are we anticipating any update on the quarantine length of time that students are quarantining? I know there's been at the national level, there's some discussion. So.
Yes, good question, Ms. Stern. So the CDC released an update on December the 30th about the length of quarantine and cutting down the length of quarantine in some instances to 5 days for people. As the practice has been, that gets released from the CDC, it then comes out to everybody. The New Jersey Department of Health then took that information, reviewed that information, and released updates the first week in January. Their updates the first week in January, and the CDC updates did not apply directly to schools, to the K-12 setting, right? And then yesterday, they issued an update about what that looks like for schools. One of the biggest challenges, and it cuts down, is 5 days, is that the strict wearing of masks at all times during the next 5 days, to go through. So we have people that are looking at it, including our nurses, including the internal team, and what that means and how can that be approached with students, because we still are on a full day schedule, during mealtime for both breakfast and for lunch. So they're having discussion about that. Ideally, we'll have some information about that hopefully by the end of this week, so that we could look to apply it moving forward. It's just what they're talking about, trying to work through some of those challenges right now.
That's great. Thank you for, updating us and just, for all of you being so thorough and, and deliberate in your thought processes. It's important that we know that you're, that we have a little window into like the level of, consideration for safety and planning and all that stuff. And then the only other thing, and, the truth is it's a little bit of an inside piece of information from being on the Road Forward Committee, but, it was brought up here before. The kids at West really don't have many opportunities for seating outside. And I think as we're trying to accept maybe on an 18-degree day, maybe not, but most days that are in the winter when they're 35 or 40 degrees, I think a lot of kids would probably like an opportunity to sit somewhere outside during lunch and to, is there any update about the possibility of getting some more seating and or tables for the students at West? I know there's a good amount at East, but, I think how do we kind of approach that?
So there are definitely different exterior opportunities at the 19 schools, at the elementary level, at the middle level, at the high school level to go through. The principals have worked out designated areas that students can access. In terms of securing additional tables and things like that, if you recall, the board approved a donation from the Trail Educational Foundation back at the end of the summer for picnic tables, for distribution at the elementary schools. And Mrs. Sugars, I don't know that they've arrived.
They have arrived. They're in the process of being put together and will be installed as they are put together.
Excellent. So that's positive news. Go ahead, Farah.
And Dr. Milosh, Dr. Burns also informed me that they have placed an order from West for additional outside seating and it has not arrived yet.
Thanks. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Okay, just two things from me. First, we did shuffle a little bit. The board members that will serve on the Road Forward committees for the foreseeable future. Representing high school, maintaining her role is Ms. Stern. For middle school, it will be Mrs. Fleischer, and for elementary school, it will be Dr. Rude. They're the first three that said yes, but I know with a lot of the things we're trying to divide up as a board, there is more interest than space, but my thanks to those three who will be representing us well there. So Dr. Milosh, question for you. There's somebody at home, I'm sure, saying to themselves, I want my kid to learn remotely. There's no COVID reason, or rather there's no contact reason, but I'm seeing a red map. My comfort level is such. What are our legal degrees of freedom in terms of allowing for that possibility?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Valle. It's a great question. So during the 2020-2021 school year last year, we were able to provide remote instruction as an option, as a choice to families and to students. We had the opportunity and the option to do that through the governor's executive order. It was provided for at the end of the 2020-2021 school year or last June. That opportunity extinguished. It went away. The governor was very overt in his comments about the expectation that schools would be in person. And he removed the opportunity for us to be able to provide virtual instruction as a choice. There was a caveat that was provided in the state's Road Forward plan that required students who were directly impacted by COVID, either with a positive COVID test or being in close contact and requiring to be quarantined, that some sort of virtual instruction or remote instruction be provided. So we are maintaining that as synchronous, which is that live virtual instruction taking place across the grade levels. We still are unable to offer virtual instruction as a choice, where families can say, listen, I want my child to be home for the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, through the month of June. The state just does not provide that as an opportunity. I'm aware of one school district who since the first of the year, the 1st of January, 2022, has offered that. That's up in Montclair. There's been some articles written about it. Once that was published and that came out, contacted the county superintendent, who is our representative in Camden County from the Department of Education, just to question and say, has the Department of Ed changed their perspective? And the answer is they have not changed their perspective. There's no provision for those days that are being addressed in a virtual manner in that format to count for those students, right? So as a school district, we run the risk of, if we were to go against and not follow the guidelines and the statutory requirements that the state provides, we were to provide something like that, we could run the risk of providing, putting a child in a very tenuous situation by having days of school that don't count for them. Especially when it comes, as Ms. Fleischer just asked about graduation requirements and, attendance and that kind of thing. And we just are not able to do that. We've spoken with Mr. Green, he speaks with his colleagues, about just the nature of it being an option, and it does not exist as an option. The legislature has not put it into effect. The Department of Ed has not done anything with it. The governor, an executive order, has not provided that. And we are unable in a legal way to provide that as a choice. Again, in follow-up last week, we expanded what it means to be directly impacted by COVID. We've expanded that opportunity because, again, with the challenge with the testing, the challenge to secure tests, and just overall impact, we wanted to make sure that the children were not falling through a gap, of instruction or of opportunity. Parents still have the option, right? Parents can still choose to keep their kids home from school, right? They're without a virtual option. And again, just to give perspective, up until 2 years ago, up until 2 years ago, we had students that missed school because they had the chicken pox, or because they had broken legs, or because they traveled, or because they were ill, or for a variety of reasons. And we were able to provide work, either a sibling took it home or a family member picked it up from the school. Children would do the work. They could maintain contact with, with the teacher or the school in some way, would send it back in. So there are ways that we can manage that, and we can support parents, in doing that. We just cannot offer virtual instruction as an option.
Thank you. For those wondering, you have not missed the first public comment. We have not gotten there yet. And so I will turn it over to correspondence and ask board members if they have attended any meetings they would like to report on at this moment. Ms. Stern?
I did do the raise hand on the screen, trying to follow along with that. I had a chance to have two correspondence. One was I got a chance, as you, I guess, know now from my last comment. It was on the high school road forward committee. We met, I'm losing track of the days. We met yesterday, and just as our small committee, and then we'll be meeting with the full committee next week on I think it's Tuesday. So more on that, but more from Dr. Morton on that. But good discussions, lots of topics, really helpful. I think very authentic conversations about what's going on and what people are what the experience is at the high school level. And then the other correspondence is I got a chance to again attend a zone PTA meeting that was today. It was another really great meeting. I think just a couple updates. So from the gift card fundraiser that the zone PTA conducts during the holiday time, there were 71 families that received gift cards, which was great. And there was also discussion and questions regarding the road forward. We discussed the zone PTA had a really robust discussion on the ways in which they're engaging their individual schools. Each school is engaging with their PTA and including ways and creative ways that they're trying to have activities and also raise funds for their schools to support things in their school. So it's just pretty neat to hear all that. That was pretty much the content of the zone PTA meeting.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, we are going to move to that promised first public comment. This comment section is restricted to board action items for this evening. Those are numbers 17 to 20. So for this section, you would indicate which, unless you're students. If you're students, spoiler alert, it's going to be a late night. So you are free, students, either virtually or in person, to participate in this one. But you get up to 3 minutes. We'll take down on that. We'll have to be fairly strict for tonight, as we always are. But anyway, also identify your name and municipality, and then which item specifically you'll be speaking to this evening. And we'll start in the audience with, we might start in the audience. Yep, it's right out there to your right. That was easy. That was easy. All right. Well, looking forward to more dialogue like that. On the line, we have Gina Liu for first public comment.
Hello, hi, I'm Gina Liu. I'm a student at East. I'm just calling in to express a huge concern that's shared by many of my peers, including myself. As you know, New Jersey is now in the red zone. Me and my peers are extremely anxious over that. And honestly, even before break, there was a breakout of cases at East, and many of the students were worried. So in a poll that I, along with others, students created and shared, my students, out of the 753 students that were surveyed, 85.5% of students responded that they do not feel safe with the school's COVID protocols. We acknowledge that, yes, students have a right to their privacy. However, we were given promises of contact tracing, and we'd like for us to be contacted in the event that we are exposed so we can at least get tested. And as of right now, we do not feel that there is any contact tracing happening. In addition, many districts in the area have already temporarily gone remote or hybrid. I, along with many of my peers, urge that the board consider putting in place temporary measures that will help protect the health and safety of students. And in that same survey, out of 708 responses, 50% of students prefer transitioning to remote, while 37.3% prefer transition to hybrid, while 12.7% recommend that we stay in school. For example, even further expanded online schooling will allow us with the means to stay home, and decrease the amount of interpersonal contact in school. This gives kids who are worried about COVID a chance to stay home and mitigates the possibility of people maybe even lying about COVID-related issues to stay home. And just to reiterate, this will not be the last time that this happens. When we come back from long breaks, when outbreaks occur, it's tempting to simply hope that things will just work out. And we acknowledge that implementing these, there's a lot of barriers. However, we must stay vigilant, and we must not forget the importance of everyone's safety. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say, if you're participating remotely, it would be helpful if you indicated along with your name if you are a student. So Crystal Ye will call on next.
Hi, my name is Crystal Ye, and I am a student at Cherry Hill High School East. I spoke last week about remote learning and the COVID guidelines currently at school, and I just wanted to represent my fellow peers as the class president of the class of 2024. So I just wanted to voice their concerns, and one of them being that I had a lot of questions saying, why are we waiting for students to get COVID in order for them to be remote and stay safe while learning? Even if they don't even have COVID, or they're waiting for COVID-related results, it's counterintuitive for some of my that's what some of my peers think. They think it's counterintuitive to wait for students to get COVID to then let them be home and be safe, risking their own family, who many of my friends, they have immunocompromised family members, or even themselves, they're immunocompromised. Another issue that I have found at school was our nurses, not their conduct specifically, but the fact that we're so understaffed and they're so overworked. My teachers, they're complaining, they're flooded with emails of students saying, oh, I need to stay remote now because of COVID, but none of the Google Meets are being set up because they have to wait for the nurse, or they have to wait for administration to be allowed to open the Google Meet. And I know the guidelines, they say 1 to 3 days, but students can't afford to lose 1 to 3 days of instruction in high school. So much, in fact, that my friends, their entire family is sick with COVID, yet they're coming into school to make up their vocab test. They don't want to miss that. They don't want to fall behind. So they're risking their safety just so that they can be on par in academics with their peers who are in person. I know Gina mentioned this before earlier. She said how there are many schools that have gone remote, at least for the first 2 weeks. And I think that's something that we really need. There are multiple schools in Camden County right now, actually, such as the Merchantville School District, Camden City, and even Eastern. They're on a half-day schedule right now. And that's something that we should really see as a viable option, just to go 2 weeks remote. We're in a red zone, and I, as somebody who has to organize events for SGA, I want all of our events back in person. And the only way we can do that is to get out of that red zone, and we have to stop the transmission in the schools. And a lot of my peers would agree with me to say that going remote is the best way to stop transmission within the schools. So thank you for listening. I hope you have a great evening.
Thank you. Next up is Isa Sayani.
Hi, my name is Ida Sayani. I'm also a student. I'm a junior at Cherry Hill East. I just wanted to come on and reiterate the concerns that both Gina and Crystal have voiced. Like they said, like students can't afford to miss days. I know, like being a junior, it's really hard to miss a couple days of school. And even when you get that remote instruction, it's not the same as like in-person learning, obviously. And I know a lot of my peers who have been online have voiced the concern that they're not able to learn effectively when they're online because they can't hear what's going on in class. They can't participate the same way that like my peers in school get to participate. So I feel that it's really necessary for us to be able to go online just so that everyone who is out with COVID can also get the same education and not be missing that instructional time. I just feel that like it's really necessary because I don't feel safe coming to school. I know a lot of my friends don't feel safe, especially with the new outbreak. And I don't see why we shouldn't be proactive rather than waiting for outbreaks to occur. Thank you for your time, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you. Next up is Grant Yoon.
Hello, my name is Grant Yoon. I'm also a junior at Cherry Hill East High School. I'm also here in the interest of student voice. I've worked with Gina to spread that poll around to get the student opinion on the topic of COVID cases, the rising COVID cases. And I want to repeat what my peers have said, but one thing that I haven't heard mentioned yet that we've been hearing as student leaders is that part of not feeling safe at school is the issue of other students ignoring the mask mandate and therefore frivolously endangering the health of other students for no good reason, especially amidst the drastic increase in COVID cases that we've seen recently as we've been in the red zone. And since the holiday season, the decision to ignore the mask mandate is very irresponsible and inconsiderate. I've had to ask a peer to put on their mask after they entered their first period class without wearing one. And I know that students with at-risk family members may be put in similar situations, and it's not fair that they have to choose between causing a seat in class and feeling unsafe at school. And then as Gina, other students have said as well, many students are also taking issue with the lack of efficiency and transparency on the part of contact tracing. We're not being contacted if classmates or like people in our classes that we sit near are test positive under the assumption that we're spaced 6 feet apart, which is not true. And many students feel that a potential spread of cases throughout the East community could be mitigated by alerting close contacts of those who test positive, but we don't see a lot of that being done. And there's also the issue of staying in person while other districts have gone remote. And I just want to ask the board to consider if COVID cases begin to spike again, and just to carefully weigh the impact it could have on the health of ourselves, our families, and our communities. Of the about 750 students that responded to that poll we conducted, about a quarter would believe they would either harm their mental health or their academics. And we understand that not everyone wants to go remote. And so we advocate for a hybrid option in the event that COVID cases begin to spike again as they were before the holiday season. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time and attention to student concerns.
Thank you. Next up is Dr. Podowitz.
My name is Jeff Podowitz, and I'm doing 17.2, item 17.2. I downloaded the New Jersey Department of Education Office of Grants Management dated November 2021, application due date 7/13/2022, notice of grant opportunity, building a capacity for career pathway in comprehensive schools, cohort 2, application. We do have county vocational schools, okay? The expense of using our community's dollars will be too great moving forward, and we need those dollars for other programs and items. Also, our administrators and district staff's time appears to be stretched already. How much of their time will need to be invested in this program project? What will the cost be to our community for the additional administrators and staff that will need to be hired? What will the cost be for equipment and renovation of spaces? Note from the application that the amount of personnel that is needed to make up the Career Pathways Program Advisory Team. I hope you all read this application. Also note from the application the statement, plans for how the district will cover expenses for staffing, supplies, ongoing professional development, learning, post-secondary tuition costs, and other continuing costs as applicable. School board, I'm asking you to vote no for this, all right? Since moving forward, because we receive so little direct state aid, okay, we would basically be funding this endeavor ourselves, all right? And we do have other places to spend that money. Now, for the state, it's great that we would be paying for this basically all ourselves. But remember, there are viable alternatives for this, and this is not the time to do this, to add this type of programs. There are alternatives, so please vote no. We really can't afford it now. That's it.
Thank you. Eva Becker is next.
Hi, my name is Eva Becker, and I'm a student at Rosa International Middle School. My brother, Aaron, who is also a Rosa student, wrote something, but he's in Boy Scouts today, so I'm going to read it for him. He says, I believe that the redistricting of schools, he means middle schools, is not good. There are a large amount of activities and events that middle school students are only able to do in 8th grade. Also, 8th grade is supposed to be a time for students to prepare for the transition to high school, so it would be not helpful if 8th graders already have the transition to a new school on top of that. I agree with them. These are my own words now. I think having a 6th grade center is not a good idea, because I don't think having one school for one grade is a good idea. It's another hard transition. It's another case of not knowing if your friends are gonna follow you to your next school. And that can cause a lot of stress. It doesn't allow kids to connect with their teachers, and especially in the cases of extracurricular activities, this can be really detrimental to students and teachers' experiences. Yeah, so yeah, that's all I have to say. Oh, also, sorry, I think when you do end up changing the middle schools, I would appreciate it if you allowed the kids who are going to be in 8th grade when the changes occur to stay in their current school. They have a sense of community there. It would be really cruel to just switch the schools up on them when they're in 8th grade. Because, yeah, yeah. And as for COVID, I agree on what previous students have said. The pandemic is worse than it's ever been. We really shouldn't be endangering students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Harry Turner.
Hi, my name is Harry Turner, and I am a junior from Cherry Hill East. I came in today to offer a word of support for my peers concerning the COVID policies at Cherry Hill East and throughout the Cherry Hill School District. I think the inflexibility that they have responded with the rising case numbers in the community is it's very disturbing, the lack of action that's taken. But beyond that, I'd like to just give a couple personal anecdotes of my school experience this year. So to begin, right before winter break, I tested positive for COVID-19, and due to the fact that I am rarely anywhere other than school, the chance that I contracted the virus in school is nearly 100%. And the fact that I follow all precautions and that still happened, and I'm vaccinated, is really, really concerning. Beyond that, directly after winter break, I've had a lot of conflicts because of teachers having COVID or being exposed to COVID. My Spanish teacher is currently out for the recommended time because she is infected with COVID, so we will not be able to continue normal class procedures. But beyond this, my physics teacher actually had possible symptoms of COVID and had to get a PCR test. Waiting for this result took almost a week, and she ended up testing negative, which means that all of the time she was out really had no meaning. But because teachers are expected to follow the schedules that they have planned, we still have a test tomorrow on a topic that we were only taught for one day by a teacher because she had to be out because of the district's testing policies. I think it's overlooked the impact that all of this has on students as well as teachers. So I think it really needs to be reconsidered on how the district is approaching the response to COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. Aiden Rude is next.
Hi, thank you. My name is Aiden Rude. I'm also a student. I live in Cherry Hill. And like Harry, I just wanted to comment on COVID and policies around that. I agree with previous students who've spoken about the need for some kind of virtual option. I think that it is not normal to have the number of cases that we're seeing right now per day. Earlier in the year, we would get the COVID emails to our student emails, and it would be 1 case, 2 cases, sometimes no email at all. And now I believe the last few emails have been 10, 12, 38, and 8 or 6 cases. So those numbers have gone up a lot. I have 2 teachers who are currently been out due to COVID. And in both of those classes, I have not learned much in the last couple of weeks, and that's been difficult. So the situation has certainly changed, and the response doesn't seem to have changed, which I think is certainly impacting education. And I think it would be good to adapt to that. Already right now in every single one of my classes, students are tuning in virtually through what is essentially back to a hybrid model. Teachers are opening up Google Meets and finding ways to adapt what we're doing in class to serve students who are at home due to COVID or due to close contacts and quarantining. So we already have a hybrid model that's up and running. And I think from what I've seen, my teachers have learned from last year. They are adapting better than before, and it's actually working pretty well for the students who are in that situation. But that hybrid model is currently very restricted and closed off to anyone who is not diagnosed with COVID or, you know, approved to quarantine. And I just don't really see how that's helping anyone. You know, we certainly have a responsibility to focus on students' education, but parents also have a responsibility to keep their kids safe. And so while I believe that it is the district's responsibility and your responsibility, Dr. Milosh, to provide the opportunity for in-person education right now for students who need it, I think it would also be the district's responsibility to provide parents with the option of a hybrid model that already essentially exists in order to allow for some kind of flexibility for students as the situation continues to change with COVID. So I hope that you'll consider students' concerns and potentially make some kind of adaptation with all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Cindy.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. I am a parent in the district of 2 children, and I'm calling to also mirror what the students are saying about a hybrid option. We have children at home that are unable to get vaccinated because they're too young.
Cindy, I'm sorry. We make an exception for students for the first public comment so that they can frankly study and get some rest. The comment I think you're making, unless it relates to an action item for this evening, would wait to the second public comment, which is later in the session.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. A little bit of board business. I am pleased to announce that we have 4 out of 5 new committee chairs, which is cool because we're about to start with committee of the whole. So just so people know who those new committee chairs are, first, reprising her role as P&L Chair Extraordinaire, Ms. Friedel. Strategic planning will be led by Ms. Tong. BNF will be chaired by Ms. Stern. HR will be chaired by Ms. Elmore Stratton, and CNI will be chaired by Mrs. Arroyo. And with that introduction, and thank you for taking on these leadership roles, many of them new, I will turn it over to Mrs. Arroyo to lead us through CNI.
Thanks, Ben. Today we have 3 topics to go over. And the first is the 8th grade mathematics curriculum sequence for 2022-2023. So who will?
Thank you for that, Mrs. Arroyo. We're actually, unfortunately, going to go out of order because that is another long presentation.
Okay.
Mr. Wentz, if you could please go and get Mrs. McCartney. I'm going to present the 3rd item that is currently on our agenda, the New Jersey Department of Education English Language Learner 3-year plan. The bilingual education regulations requires that we submit a 3-year plan that outlines the programs and services provided to English language learners. The plan must include the following: identification of students, program description, the number of certificated staff hired in the program, bilingual and ESL curriculum development, evaluation design, review process for exit, and a budget for the bilingual and ESL program or English language services. The 3-year bilingual plan will cover 2021 through 2024. This plan was completed in collaboration between the Office of Curriculum and Instruction, Ms. Violetta Katsikis, Curriculum Supervisor, the Research and Assessment Office, Mrs. Val Schmidt-Sadwin, and the Human Resources Department, Mrs. Diane Lieber. The plan needs to be approved tonight by the board and then submitted into the New Jersey Department of Education system, EWIG or homeroom, where we can certify that we have met all of the requirements. Any questions?
Dr. Mahen, I'm assuming that part of the Smart results was incorporated into that plan? Or is that different?
This is different.
Okay.
This is indicators for how many students we serve who qualify for English language services, a description if we're providing sheltered English or high intensity or bilingual services for RLs. It speaks to staff and demographic of students.
Does anyone else have any questions?
Okay, thank you.
I do. I'm sorry, my hand was raised.
Oh, sorry, Pam, I didn't see you.
Dr. Mahen, just a real quick question. So this plan is projecting for the next 3 years?
Yeah, if you're asking, are we planning for the next 3 years with this plan?
No, you're
you
projecting.
Said projecting, but projecting numbers would be no.
Right.
No.
So you're no?
No, it is not projecting numbers for the next 3 years. It did not ask us that in this plan.
Okay, because I thought it was asking about the number of students and staff and things.
It is, but it's based on the current information that we have.
Okay, so you don't have to project out. You're just using current year data.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any additional questions on the bilingual plan? Okay, thank you. At this time, I would like to ask Ms. Allison McCartney, who is the curriculum supervisor for English language arts at the secondary level, to come to the microphone. She is going to be presenting to you information on a novel called Wish Tree.
Good evening. I am here to present a book for review by the CNI committee for whole class approval for 6th grade. The book is called Wish Tree by Catherine Applegate. And it is a tale about a neighborhood, and it's told from the perspective of a 200-year-old tree. And the tree tells the tales of the families and children, weaving together stories of the past and present and intertwined with nature. The quote that stood out to me in a review is that it is deceptively simple, tender tale in which respect, resilience, and hope triumph. So we are recommending this for 6th grade. The teachers reviewed it over the summer and really liked it. They found that it is a very good text to use with students in the beginning of the year to practice some of the notice and note reading strategies that we've been doing professional development with, as well as to use as a mentor text for the 6 traits of writing. So with the board approval process, we ask a CNI member to review it and then bring it back to us at the next CNI meeting to determine whether or not it can be moved forward to the board for full approval.
So at this time, we can give the text to Mrs. Arroyo, and then members of the CNI committee, Mr. Avadia, Dr. Rude, Mrs. Elmore Stratton, you can decide who the reader of the text will be to provide us feedback. Are there any questions for Mrs. McCartney? Mrs. Friedel has her hand raised.
I'm sorry. I just have one question for everybody. Since this is a 6th grade for across all 6th grade classrooms, all middle schools, correct?
Yes, it's for all 6th grade classrooms.
Okay. So at what grade level would this reading be? And the question I'm asking is that we have students with disabilities who may not be reading at the 6th grade level. So what adaptations or accommodations would they have if this is, you know, a book that is at a higher level than where they are currently?
So actually, one of the concerns of the committee when we read this book and reviewed it was that the Lexile level is below what the Common Core grade band is for 6th grade. However, we felt the strength of the language as well as its use as a mentor text for the 6 traits of writing strategies and a practice for the reading strategies, what made it a very good piece to introduce into the middle school. 6th grade is tough too because it's the first time many students are reading a full class novel together. There's not as much of the strategy groups as there are in the elementary school. So having an approachable text like this is very helpful for students of all levels.
Thank you. That's wonderful to hear.
Oh, Miriam.
Just a quick question, sorry. I didn't mean to make you come right back. Is this available in audiobook?
Yes, it's available in audiobook and we can get that on Sora.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, all good. Thank you.
Okay, and now I will go back to the first item that Mrs. Arroyo mentioned on our agenda, the 8th grade mathematics curriculum sequence for 2022-2023. At this time, I would like to ask Mr. Scott Goldthorpe, who is the supervisor of curriculum and instruction, to come to the microphone. While I'm pulling up the presentation, he can introduce his colleagues that are here with him to present this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Mahen. Good evening, everyone. My name is Scott Goldthorpe, one of the supervisors of curriculum and instruction, specifically working with our math and science departments. With me this evening is some of our colleagues from across the district that are members of the secondary mathematics curriculum committee. So it's not the entire committee, but a group of folks that ventured out on this chilly Tuesday evening to co-present this presentation with me. So we have Mr. Guy, principal of Rosa International Middle School, Ms. Janine Barnes, assistant principal at High School West, Ms. Michelle Brill, a mathematics teacher at High School West, Ms. Ning Nguyen, our high school mathematics coach, as well as Mr. Jim Wentz, our middle school mathematics coach. So you guys can all actually come up as well, because we're going to kind of be sharing the presentation tonight as a committee. So I'm super excited. I entitled this presentation Invigorating High School Mathematics. And I think after all of the discussions that we've had so far this evening, it's clear that there's a need to invigorate high school mathematics. It's a time for change, and we need to embrace that change and move forward. I'd also like to notice, or to point out, this is a follow-up presentation to a presentation I had given back in April of 2021 that began to highlight some of the needs to change. So to start, I wanted us to think and clearly tie our work here this evening with reinvigorating high school mathematics to our district mission statement, our district goal, specifically connecting beyond the classrooms, providing resources, opportunities, and experiences for our students to connect to the world beyond their classrooms and become informed, empathetic agents of change in the world. Specifically, the major activity of student pathways at the high school level to support diverse learners through increased educational opportunities for STEAM, career, and technical education. So on the screen now is our current course sequence. This is the same slide that I shared with the Board of Education back in April of 2020-21. And the important part to notice here is that a student's math track is largely determined at the end of their 7th grade year, which if we look at the next slide, we can show seems to be problematic. This is also a slide that I had shown back in April of 2021, where it breaks down our course sequence chart by demographics. And not to belabor the point, since we've already looked at this slide in depth earlier, but you can see there's an overrepresentation of Black and Hispanic students in our lower level courses and an underrepresentation in our higher level courses, which speaks directly to the data that Ms. Schmidt-Sadwin has shared over the years with our mathematics achievement. So in thinking about our mission statement and this idea of an ever-changing world, I think this 2-minute video really ties that piece together. In this video, Dr. Delay provides us with a brief synopsis of the need for education to bridge the gap between the technical and the social sciences, specifically as it relates to mathematics instruction. So if we could play that video, Dr. Mahen.
We have a new revolution now where societies in general are generating real-time data that is driving the systems that we operate in. And understanding that designing the right systems for that is going to be a critical piece in the next 20, 50, 100 years going forward. What IDSS, Institute for Data Systems and Society, is trying to accomplish is the connection all the way between engineering and science to the social sciences. It's a unique aspect of the MIT value proposition. Whether they are in energy or transportation or in finance or health or communication or in many different parts of the world, societal challenges are in terms of freedom and dictatorships and elections and so forth. When you look at our operation of the transportation system or the power grid or any infrastructure, the financial system, we're trying to understand that connection between the technical aspect of things and the social aspect of things. You know, a financial engineer, they typically try to understand the system by itself. And a social scientist or an economist try to think of the people and the interaction with these systems. And now we're saying, well, you have to do both at the same time. And today, I think we have access to a lot of data, but we also can ask for much more data to try to give us a methodology for addressing the challenging questions. The most important thing that's going to happen within the Institute is the education of a new breed of students who are extremely skilled in analytical methods, but do understand people and understand institutions. There's a research value, but there's a human value, and I think the human value is going to be great.
I love that video and how it just, you know, gets me excited about thinking about educating our students for that changing world in the future. So good we wanted to play it again, right, Dr. Mahen? So now I want to bring us back. This is the last slide that I'm going to show you for the second time, but this was originally presented again back in April, and it was our long-range mathematics curriculum plan. Back in April, we had done the presentation, and we condensed our 7th grade math courses of 7th academic and 7th enriched into a singular 7th grade math course, and we implemented the Eureka math curriculum for our grades 6 to 8, with the exception of algebra and geometry at the middle school level. And at the time, the board had actually said, well, Scott, what are you doing? Why are you stopping there? What about algebra? What about 8th grade? What about high school? We've got work to do. And I had this slide up and said, all right, in 2022, I'll come back. I'll share our ideas for revising the 8th grade courses and what this looks like at the high school level and as we move beyond. So I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Nguyen, who can take over the presentation and share a little bit about the purposes of high school math.
So let's look at the purpose of high school mathematics. The National Council of Teachers of Mathematics says that there are 3 purposes: expand professional opportunity, to understand and critique the world, experience world wonder, joy, and the beauty of mathematics. I'd like to highlight the importance of multiple purposes. When multiple purposes are emphasized, students are prepared to flourish no matter what path they take or profession they choose. It is important to recognize that inclusive of all students. Students are directly abled are no exception to benefiting from multiple purposes related to mathematics. Annual review meetings for students with IEPs consider postgraduate pathways each year for students. Making real-world connections is imperative for learning, whether students intend to go to 2-year or 4-year college or are entering the workforce. Here's a quote from the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics book titled "Catalyzing Change in High School Mathematics." In the high school mathematics. Sorry, Dr. Mia. I wanted you guys to take a moment to actually read the quote instead of me reading it to you. So as you can see, it is essential to catalyze change in high school mathematics. And now I'm going to pass the baton to Mr. Guy.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen, and good evening. So the change begins with being able to respond to our students' needs and provide a mathematics program of study that's relevant for all students. And here's a quote from the consensus report, branching out by just equations. I am going to read the quote. Education systems must be able to respond as effectively to a future musician who is uninterested in traditional math courses as they would a student who wants to be an engineer but hasn't had a chance to take advanced math courses. So how do we do this? Keeping the purpose of high school mathematics at the forefront, to expand professional opportunities, to understand and critique the world, and to experience the joy, wonder, and beauty of mathematics. The National Council of the Teachers of Mathematics states that all students should learn the essential concepts, which coincides perfectly with the graduation requirements set forth from the New Jersey Department of Education, stating that all students take Algebra 1, Geometry, and one additional mathematics class. All students should take Algebra and Geometry as a part of the common pathway before branching off to the pathways of their choice for advanced mathematics study. After the completion of geometry, students will have the opportunity to branch off into one of three pathways that best meet their needs based upon their aspirations and interests. The three pathways are quantitative literacy pathway, the statistics pathway, and the STEM pathway, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics pathway. On the next slides, we'll have the opportunity to dive more deeply into each of those pathways. And to start us off with that dive, I'd like to introduce Mrs. Janine Barnes.
Thank you, Dr. Guy. I have the pleasure of speaking to you about two of our potential pathways. The first one is our quantitative literacy pathway, which focuses on the mathematics of numbers, modeling, financial literacy, and effective citizenship. What does that mean? Quantitative, they would take a preparatory course in the humanities and technical fields. The first course being quantitative reasoning, number, ratio, and proportional reasoning, mathematical modeling, predicting with probability, and statistics and data analysis would be some of the options in that course. And if you turn to the next slide, you'll see some of, at the heart of the pathways is the students' aspirations and interests after graduation. This slide shows some of the careers associated with the humanities and technical fields. Also shown on the right is the course progression students in this pathway would take. As you can see, students would complete the common courses of algebra and geometry, then move on to the quantitative reasoning, followed by different pathway courses of their choice, such as data visualization, manipulation, or geometric constructions. You can see some of those career fields. The next pathway I have the pleasure of speaking about is the statistics pathway. The statistics pathway focuses on developing students' computational and statistical thinking for creative work as means of telling stories with data. Preparatory courses would be for success in health sciences, social sciences, and business fields. Our first course would be the Introduction to Data Science, the idea of data visualizations, making inferences, justifying conclusions, and probability, data collection methods, predictions, and modeling. This slide shows some of the careers associated with the health, social sciences, and business fields. Also shown on the right is the course progression of students in the statistics pathway you would take. As you can see, students would complete the common courses of algebra and geometry, then move on to our intro to data science, followed by different pathway courses of their choice, such as advanced algebra, finance, business statistics, or business calculus. So understand that we heard tonight that many of you enjoyed data and all of our students were taking surveys. So how could we not involve a statistics course?
Hello, I'm Michelle Brill, teacher at West. I'm going to talk to you about the STEM pathway. Now, the STEM pathway is most similar to what we currently use, and that focuses on the mathematics of functions and will lead to studying calculus. So obviously this is preparation for success in STEM fields. The first course in the pathway would be Algebra 2, and the topics that are listed, the major, I'll deal with functions, and some of the functions studied would be logarithms, absolute value, radical, rational functions, polynomial functions, and trigonometric functions. So here we have some of the many careers associated with the STEM fields. And on the right-hand side, you can see the course progression. Following the common courses of algebra and geometry, then the students would take an Algebra 2 course, pre-calculus, AP calculus, either at the AB or BC level, and then they have the opportunity to continue on to multivariable calculus or to take AP calculus at the BC level if they haven't taken that already. Thank you.
So when we put the pathways together, you can visualize the different pathways available for students to choose after completing the common pathway of algebra and geometry. Some of the pathway courses include business statistics, advanced placement statistics, data visualization and manipulation, geometric constructions, advanced algebra and finance, and business calculus. While the pathways are an important aspect of invigorating high school mathematics, it is important to note the commonalities between the pathways. All pathways make full use of technologies that increase the productivity of instruction and enrich students' experiences. Calculators, computers, data gathering tools, and probes, and student response systems are used regularly. Also, all pathways allow students to ask questions, explain their thinking, make reasonable estimates and predictions, and justify and respond to one another's mathematical arguments, strategies, and decisions. All pathways include expectations that are high for all student work and courses that challenge students to understand mathematical concepts deeply. And finally, all pathways include the use of numeric, algebraic, geometric, and statistical ideas to model, better understand, and more accurately explain real-world situations and phenomena.
Thank you, Mr. Wentz. So our key recommendations and next steps are really that every student learns the essential concepts in algebra and geometry before branching off to the pathway of their choice for advanced mathematics study. So for the 22-23 school year, what we're looking at is the consolidation of algebra and intro to functions courses at the 8th grade level into one singular algebra course, utilizing the Eureka Math resource for Algebra 1, and developing the new courses at the high school level, Introduction to Data Sciences and Quantitative Reasoning. Then looking to the 23-24 school year, implementing those courses at the high school level, Quantitative Reasoning, Algebra 2, and Introduction to Data Science as the first course in those pathways. Also, key to our success is the continued focus on professional learning. So as Dr. Mahen had actually mentioned in one of the previous presentations, February 1st will include a decent amount of mathematics professional learning, classroom visits and coaching with our consultant, Dr. Milo, at all of the secondary schools, coaching cycles with our district math coaches, Ms. Wynn and Mr. Wentz, with our teachers, as well as a teacher book study across the district at the secondary level, utilizing the text building thinking classrooms in K-12 mathematics, and then a tentative community book study, because we know that the work can't be done just in the school. It really involves the community as well. So utilizing the text from the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics, catalyzing change in high school mathematics for a community book study. And I'd like to close with a video of some recent college or high school graduates from our school district, as well as recent or current seniors at Cherry Hill High School East and West, sharing their experiences with mathematics.
When I go to Camden County College, and then after that, probably go to another college
So what courses have you taken at West?
I've taken Algebra 1, Algebra 2, Geometry, College Math.
And if the school was able to offer you different choices, would you have taken them?
Depends on the individual, because some people might need help in a certain area, and one class might help in that area, but another kid might have another area of issue and another class will help.
So I plan on going to college and attending trade school.
Okay, so what courses have you taken at West?
So as far as mathematics goes, I've taken geometry, algebra 1, algebra 2, and pre-calc. And I'm currently taking college math. So pre-calc was just a traditional way. I know I had options. I definitely did with stat and a couple different options, but pre-calc just seemed like the traditional way that most people go. And then as far as college math goes, honestly, it's pretty beneficial if you do plan on going to college. You know, we can skip out on the AccuPlacer when we get there and different things like that. So
the question is, if the school was able to offer you different courses like data analysis or algebra or finance application, would you have taken them? If so, why?
I can take this instead of algebra, or I can take this instead of geometry. I think I definitely would.
So what do you want to do when you grow up?
I would like to either run my father's insurance business, but I also did get into college at Cheney, and I wanted to go into hair school. I took Algebra 1, Geometry, Intro to College Math, and Algebra 2, I think.
Yes, I believe. The courses available to the high school, would you have taken them like data analysis or algebra with financial applications?
Yeah, I would take algebra with financial applications, because, especially my senior year, because it'll still be fresh in my head. And since I know I have to grow up and take care of my own stuff sooner than later.
Graduated in 2018.
What math courses have you taken at Cherry Hill?
I took calc, geometry, algebra 2, and pre-calc. So I'm at Rutgers Camden for the nursing program.
So my question is, if you could think back in time when you went to high school, if you had other different options of courses instead of the courses that you'd taken at school, what would they be?
So for me, with my major, I was required to take a staff course, and I wasn't very exposed to it, since I think back when I was in high school, that was only open for juniors and seniors, or maybe only seniors. So I think if it was more open to end of year, or encouraged to take it, I would have looked into it, especially since I didn't know that stat would be something that I would have to take for my major.
Currently, I'm taking trigonometry, and last year I took algebra 2, and the year before that is geometry, and then my freshman year, algebra 1.
My question is, if you can go back and there was other courses offered to you, what other type of math courses would want to take if they were available to you?
Math courses that relate to real life scenarios, like budgeting, debt, that type of stuff.
Would you have been interested if there were other options of math courses to take, such as algebra and finance?
Yeah, I think I would take that, because I took financial literacy sophomore year, and I think it would be cool to take that algebra and finance, because it helps you learn more about financial things, like how to pay taxes and stuff like that.
It's always so good to hear from our students about their career aspirations and what they want to do after they leave us here in Cherry Hill Public Schools. So that concludes the presentation. Thank you, Dr. Mahen, for facilitating for us. And huge kudos to our committee members that were here presenting with us again, Mr. Wentz, Ms. Wynn, Mr. Guy, Ms. Barnes, and Mrs. Brill. Thank you, and to the rest of our secondary curriculum committee. It really has been a 1.5-year long process to get to this point, and we're excited about the work that we're bringing forward.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And I remember the April presentation, so I was actually really super excited to see this part of it. So thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the team? Let me pull up the thing to see. Kim?
I want to be consistent. So thank you all for presenting this evening and sharing this information. I just want to make sure I understand one thing. So for 8th grade, all 8th graders would take algebra in this process?
No, so currently in 8th grade, we have 4 courses that students are enrolled in. 8th grade math, Algebra 1, Introduction to Functions, and Geometry. So this recommendation is condensing the Introduction to Functions in the Algebra 1 course into one singular algebra course. So at the 8th grade level, there would still be 8th grade math, Algebra 1, and Geometry.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Miriam?
Thank you. So as you know from the last board meeting, I'm just going to totally geek out and ask you a lot of questions. So bear with me. And I think with, Rosie, what you were saying about the last season, it's very exciting to see the progression. I think it ties in so nicely with, really our focus as a board on achievement and our district goals and making sure we're, really working towards 21st century learning. And as my last comment, I love the piece about the multiple purposes, because I think it is so abundantly clear that, and I'm in the social sciences, right? I'm mental health, that's my field, but there's no question that math is part of every job, every discipline, no matter what education level someone is going for, whether it's K through 12, and that's where they finish, or they go on further. So to me, this is so critical. So with that said, I do have quite a few questions. Just to clarify the piece about differentiated instruction, which we asked back in April as well. I know that was being applied through Eureka Math starting with the middle school level, not at the, I'm just kind of for simplicity call it kind of the honors track, which is the 8th, when 7th grade kids go into ITF, it was not being applied there. And we talked about that. Is that going to start to be applied to those higher level in middle and high school? Is differentiated instruction going to be applied to those so that all students who want to be able to approach this have an approachable way of learning?
Absolutely. So some of the important work that we're doing this spring, in addition to working with our math coaches in-house, is having the expertise of Dr. Eric Milo, who is a professor at Rowan University of Mathematics Education. He's actually going to come in and do 4 days of coaching at each of our secondary schools, which is a huge commitment and an added bonus. So, our teachers can see some of the strategies that Dr. Milo brings working with students in their classrooms, in their schools. So I'm super excited to be able to share that information and have our teachers engage in that professional learning. And that's going to be happening this spring.
That's excellent. That's great. And it ties into a couple other questions. So given that, and this is probably like a bigger question, and it's something I know Mrs. Elmore Stratton has its focuses on too. As a board, what can we do? What would be helpful for us to do in supporting this effort? Do we need more support for coaching? Do we need to look at when we're hiring administrators or more teachers? I love that there's a full training coming for all staff, or for the principal level. I know that's coming, but like, what else can we do to support these efforts, because it is so important?
I'll pass that one off to Dr. Mahen for the first go around.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Goldthorpe. So always the support of the board is beneficial as we are rolling out curricular initiatives and working to enhance the curriculum. I think having clearly defined goals in terms of what your expectations are for student achievement and how we are able to work as an administrative team with our teaching staff, with coaches, and with outside consultants to meet those clearly defined goals and expectations helps us to know what our target is and how we should be focusing our efforts. I would be remiss if I did not say that certainly we are always in need of additional support. The individuals that you see standing in front of you this evening represent a building principal, one secondary math coach that is designated to the high school, one secondary math coach that is dedicated to the middle schools, a curriculum supervisor who oversees K-12 mathematics as well as science, an assistant principal who has a variety of responsibilities at the building level, including mathematics, and a classroom teacher. So when we are talking about the magnitude of what you have seen this evening in regards to the Start Strong data, what Mrs. Schmid-Sadwin and Mrs. Holmgren presented in regards to our data, what I shared in regards to how we are using the ARP funds to support students in their classroom, there is some human capital that is connected to that and making sure that we're able to implement all of those things with fidelity. And I would certainly ask the board to have a keen eye to our human capital resources and what they are assigned to. Dr. Milosh, I don't know if you want to add any more.
I think Dr. Mahen, that was incredibly articulate and very poignant and focused. In terms of board support, and it's appropriate because in a little while, Ms. Sugars is going to be talking about the budget this year. We have an operational budget that allows us to operate on a yearly basis. The most important part, the most important resource that we have in our school district is truly the human resource. It's the human beings that are teaching our children, that are providing support, that are working together. And it's how can we assign those human beings? What human beings do we have to assign? Can we have more human beings to assign? That's one of the things that the board truly has dramatic ability and power to do is to show that support for the work that's being done by providing the financial means to make it happen.
Thank you. Okay, a few more questions, a little more granular. Will all high school students be choosing a pathway? So currently there's 3 that are in development. They're proposed, okay. Okay, that's I'm going to confirm. Thank you for confirming that. Again, granular questions. Right now, it's my understanding that at the high school level, and this is probably more for like the STEM pathway kids, the AP calculus that's available is a BC calculus class, right? There's no AB. Are we proposing, you're proposing or planning to then institute both an AB and a BC now?
Or needs that arose from some of our teachers that have really asked for, and students have asked for the opportunity for that AP Calculus AB course.
Okay, that answers that. And I know one of the questions that was addressed in our April meeting was the concern, that part of this came out of the concern for, which you started the presentation with, that kids are kind of set and have nowhere to go, which on a personal level, that was actually one of my kids' experience, So is this going to shift that issue that kids who might have been in a less advanced class can move to a more advanced class, or if they're in a more advanced class, there's a fitting level? Because essentially, again, my own child, literally ended up dropping not realizing it 2 levels of math in 1 year, essentially. So is this going to kind of solve for that challenge that you guys have been struggling with?
It is. So part of the discussions that we've been having with our curriculum committee and how we came up with this proposal was really to address some of the inequitable issues about students. If they weren't in the honors level intro to functions course in 8th grade, they could not take an honors level math class at the high school level. And that was really an issue because sometimes students might not, figure out that mathematics is their passion at that early age. So providing the opportunity for students to take honors courses later in their career was one of the driving forces, as well as making sure that the courses in the quantitative literacy and the statistics pathway were rigorous and could be offered at the honors level as well. So if a student is passionate about mathematics and wants to work at the honors level, but isn't going into a STEM career, they can take courses that are relevant and necessary for their aspirations.
And then the next couple of questions, it's just about generally making sure that when we look at special populations, are we really taking into consideration a truly equitable approach? So for instance, when we, it's been some years since we actually had, statewide official testing, but we've always seen this discrepancy of the students' test scores, which are not everything about education, but there's patterns from the students at West versus East. And, to me, it's like, how do we solve for that? That's obviously not my, not in my wheelhouse to solve for it, but I think about this in terms of that lens, and, do there need to be different resources? Do we have, and do we have other funding at West that we don't have at East to perhaps help with that? That piece about really addressing those special populations. And related to that is, math is required. These are sequence required courses, and there's not always the right in-class support that is needed for these students, for some of the students who just with that extra support would be able to be successful. I think a lot of it, when we look at like the beginning of your presentation, a lot of those students, it may have been due to a lack of that extra support because maybe there isn't sometimes there's not the, the foundation even, or the ability to support from other resources. So, again, like how do we kind of solve for that, or what's built into this that helps address those pieces?
I guess I'll stay in my lane, and I don't want to tread on the Office of People Services too much. But the idea of having that student choice, right? And the students spoke of it in the video. Making those real world connections is what's important to them, and engaging them in the mathematics learning. So I think built into these pathways is that idea of student choice and being able to take the courses that are relevant to them and what they want to do.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything. I appreciate what you're saying about you. If there's any other piece I don't know from People Services, but that's helpful.
Thank you, Dr.
So I have a couple of questions. So you said that these are tracks. Are you so once in a track or starting in a track or choosing a track, are you locked into that track forever? Or can you bounce around? So I'm coming at this from the perspective of somebody who took BC Calculus. I took the exam. I'm a scientist, I'm in STEM, and BC Calculus, no offense to BC Calculus, I've never looked back. But I sure as heck could have used some really good like basic understanding in high school about basic statistics, because I deal with t-tests and p-values and probability all the time. And so would a student on that initial STEM track be able to jump over and say, junior, senior year, be like, I'm really interested in biology and AP calculus is great, but I'd really love to learn some statistics since that's an everyday skill. Is there going to be some flexibility built into the system?
Absolutely. So I think the beauty of the pathways is it opens up that opportunity for students, and they have the choice to take the pathway that's right for them at the time that it's right for them. So there are some challenges if you go into the statistics pathway and you want to take AP Calculus BC, there's some prerequisites that you would need to take to be successful in that course. But the idea is that students can move freely between the pathways if they so choose. So a student could very well take the quantitative reasoning course and then want to take business statistics, and there would be no reason that they could not do that.
So on the AP track, that having been on that track, I see it as it's pretty rigid. You have to take, you have to take your algebra 1, your geometry, algebra 2, and then you get into pre-calc or calc or AP calc. That's pretty rigid. But these other courses, are they going to be designed such that like most people that have gotten through their, because algebra 1 and geometry are already required for everybody, are these other courses going to be built such that anybody with that algebra 1 geometry background could jump in and do successfully, even if they're coming from another track?
Absolutely, and I'd say the exception might be the business calculus course.
Yeah, calculus,
which would have some prerequisites. Most likely that advanced algebra and finance course would be the prerequisite for business calculus. Ms. Barnes looks like she wants to jump in as a former AP stats teacher.
I have to add this, also, if you're in the STEM pathway, we had added some electives in there for happiness. So you could actually take two things in conjunction. So you could be in the AP BC calculus pathway and also take a statistics course as well, as that. Kids double up all the time in math, and we wanted to keep that option as well. So if you saw use in that.
I love the development of this new way of thinking about presenting math. I think it's going to be really good for the students. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ben?
Oh, thank you. So just two things I wanted to call out. The first one is, so we have these strategic vision goals. And one of the things I really appreciate about this presentation is how focused we are on purpose and passion. This idea of the expert from Rowan coming in, doing coaching for days on site sounds to me, like learning-centered experience, promoting voice, choice, and passion for learning amongst, our staff. And then, these pathways, for the students. I would be curious, to just see, outside the classroom, what resources exist, what local employers that are doing amazing things in aerospace, who knows? Math is great. I will tell you that, I think this board and the board before it, probably every board has a real appetite for data and application. And I think it makes it, very interesting and powerful, as you go out in the world, people who don't necessarily have an affinity for numbers, but who, can understand stories and world, as we're trying to do tonight with math and Start Strong. I mean, these are all related. And in that vein, I think, from Mrs. Arroyo, I mean, I would be interested in taking Dr. Milosh up on an offer that he made a little while ago about a board retreat, student achievement, and really trying to flesh that out as a board. This is a good conduit to do it through math, and I think this evening is an absolute testament that math needs to be a focus of what we're doing with student achievement. But I think there's a larger context, and I think realistically, I can't see this board doing it before March, but I think if we, I just, for your consideration, if that would fit, and that would make sense with, Dr. Mahen, I think it would be a very worthwhile endeavor. So thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Corinne?
Yeah, I guess this is a question for you, Mrs. Arroyo. Is this something that we will have to eventually, is this going to go to vote for them to move forward, or are we just going to move forward with what was proposed or laid out for us today?
We do have to vote and approve the curriculum, correct?
You have to vote to approve curriculum when it's introduced, but not to approve. This is an informational item about this is what we're doing and where we're going. When new classes are presented, then we'll ask the board to approve the curriculum for the new classes.
Yeah, so that will be later.
Okay, so just for right now. All right, great. This is great. Thank you. I think this is excellent. Definitely the way to go, especially when I have a third grader telling me regrouping is not a thing anymore. So this is excellent.
Jen?
Thank you. I just want to thank all of you. Honestly, to hear you all speak with such passion and actually say joy and math in one sentence, it's very exciting to me. Because, I've had 3 kids that honestly, I feel like they got pigeonholed, just like you had said, Mr. Goldthorpe. And I think they felt very, some of them made the right decision and some of them not the right decision. And we were sort of stuck. So the fact that we're getting out of that, I think is a wonderful thing because it's giving kids choice and being creative in that way. So the success that the kids will feel, I think is amazing for all levels. Do you feel that, these kids, and Dr. Rood had talked about it, these kids on the AP course, as much as the flexibility of kids that might not, have known that they have this talent early on, and then they find out that they do, or maybe it's a little harder for them. So this looks like there's like a little bit more leeway. The kids that are on the higher levels, like the AP, do you feel that they're going to be pushed as much as what they are now, or even more, or even given more, flexibility of even going higher than what we have right now? What's your thoughts on that, Mr. Goldthorpe?
I guess I'll share my thoughts, and then if any of the my colleagues want to jump in as well. I think the important part is when students have that choice to take the course that they're interested in, right? Their potential is endless. And when students are interested in the material that they're studying, they're going to be that much more successful, which is what's really exciting me about these changes. I don't know if anyone else has any comments that they want to make.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'll just add quickly that this is exactly what we were hoping to see when we were talking about it last year. So thank you again so much. I know in my household, I don't bring in personal conversations mostly ever, but I have an electrical engineer and I'm a social scientist. So I do politics. And the only thing we can agree on is numbers. And unlike Dr. Rood, I hated math. I hoped that I would never fall into a field that had anything to do with numbers. Fortunately, I did. And so I see the pathways that you've created. They really do equate to the 7 high demand careers that are here locally in the southern region of New Jersey. So I'm super impressed when I saw those different options available. So even if someone doesn't know what they want to do in high school, there's still that opportunity to kind of shift and get to know what else is out there. So I look forward to seeing what else you guys bring to the table. And, thank you for this presentation.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Arroyo.
Ms. Arroyo, I had one last question.
Go ahead, Kim.
Just has the committee looked at the alignment of the Eureka math that has started with how it transitions to the new proposed high school math tracks?
Yeah, so one of the most important pieces, and really a main driver for utilizing Eureka math at the algebra level, is the coherence for the students, right? From kindergarten through algebra, utilizing the same language. Really just, it helps students to make sense of the mathematics. And actually at one of our previous district leadership team meetings, I had the opportunity to share with our leaders some of the articulation points between how ideas that begin in kindergarten mathematics progress through algebra. And it was really, it's enlightening to see, and it's really cool to see that coherence, and for students to experience it from their perspective is really the most important.
Thank you so much. Have a great
You're
evening.
welcome.
Thank you. I think that's all for CNI. Thank you so much.
All right, Dr. Milosh, what do we say? We encourage you to stay for the rest of the board meeting, but if you can't, we also understand. And with that, we'll turn it over to Ms. Stern for BNF.
Okay, so on to possibly a very exciting as well discussions. The first item on our BNF agenda is a discussion of the preliminary tax impact of a potential bond referendum. So, we have a facilities improvement needs that we've had many discussions about, and now the total needs we know are close to $400 million. And now we have to discuss and decide in a very short time frame, how much of those needs, what's the dollar amount that we want to ultimately put into a bond. We've gotten a lot of feedback from the community about that. Now we have to understand, and we need to be able to share with the community, what's the potential tax impact for those different potential dollar amounts. So that's going to be Mrs. Sugars.
Yeah, we don't really have a whole lot to share on that point at this point. We'll have certainly more next week when we do our special meeting that is dedicated just to the bond referendum and the project applications. But I wanted the board to at least have some idea of the range of what things look like at various levels. Again, I think that, we'll be sharing this information publicly next week. We wanted to look at, if we went for the whole 400 million or we went down as low as 200 million, and what would that look like over 20 years and 30 years? Too many numbers to share at this point, but as we kind of hone in on things and talk about the scope of projects and what that's going to look like, we will definitely be talking about it next week. And I encourage everyone to tune in either virtually or here at Malberg for that meeting. It'll be very informational. We will have all of our professionals with us, so we'll be able to get lots of questions answered that evening.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Sugars. And then the only other item that I am seeing on the agenda at this point is that we are due to have our budget discussion. And we're going to be getting an update from, again, Mrs. Sugars, January 25th on the current proposed budget. Is that correct?
Well, we'll have some information at that point. We're still very much in the information gathering process at this point. The state has not released the budget software. They have not released the budget guidelines yet. They have not released tuition numbers for out-of-district placement. So there's still some information gathering that needs to happen. We're still having discussions within the district at an administrative level. We're still waiting for some pieces to come together. You have to remember, we're planning in December and January for next September, and so much can change in that time frame. So, sometimes the longer we can wait to make some of those decisions, the better. We won't actually know anything about state aid until the end of February. So that's obviously a big piece of putting the puzzle together that is the budget each year. And so really we won't have concrete information probably till the end of February on what things look like, but we can certainly start to talk about various pieces of the budget leading up until that point.
Thank you. So I just want to put this out to our fellow board members, about the budget last year. I know there was discussion that we really, as a board, several board members expressed the desire to have more earlier kind of involvement in discussions. And I just wondered if people have any input at this point about what would be helpful and what would help allow us to have the information that we need, that we feel comfortable with, to be able to, move forward in that discussion. So just any open input from board members at this point. Mr. Root, Dr. Root.
At an introductory kind of orientation meeting for new board members, it was suggested that that Mr. Sugars would be doing some sort of training session on budget for new members. I would love to for that to take place, so that we could get a kind of a informal education into the budget before we have to make actual hard decisions about budget. So we could do that.
That sounds great, Dr. Root. I agree with you. Thank you. I think that would be great. And I see Mrs. Arroyo nodding her head too. So Mrs. Sugars, should we just add one more meeting to but in all seriousness, as tough as that would be, I guess, I don't know, if we, and if from your perspective, Mrs. Sugars, with your schedule, as well as the board members, if we have an idea for, is that for, I guess maybe I'm thinking early February?
Well, in the past, we have done that as a small group discussion, which I think it's better served that way, because I think it's easier to ask questions and kind of go over things. So we could do some smaller group discussions with, 4 or less board members and do it that way.
Okay, so perhaps Mr. Avadia, would you put out an email and kind of get would you want to take that, or you want me to do that, to take the helm in terms of just helping to organize with Mrs. Sugars some smaller group meetings and getting scheduling availability?
Yeah. Yep, Ms. Stern, it's your committee. So yeah, put that out. And
Okay.
now it's very valuable. The one thing I just want to say is there's training for what Mrs. Sugars does kind of as a BA and to keep us in compliance and to keep our head above water. That's critically important. There's something also though that's probably put into the memoable that would come usually from Dr. Milosh or maybe with Mrs. Sugars that kind of scopes out how the budget is constructed. Almost 90% of the budget, there's no discretion whatsoever on. These are long-term contracts that we're legally obligated to. And for us to run it all, we're going to have to do it. I think it's even more than that. That may be helpful as kind of a few page insert, but then the trainings, I would say, yeah, now Mr. If you can maybe get a few of them together, we still can't be in a quorum because the conversation that Mrs. Sugar is going to have is going to be much more conducive in a small group. But we may have a quorum of people who want to do it. So we may need 2 sessions, but yeah, you two can definitely work on that. And then if you want me to set up like a sign up, I'm happy to do that for sure.
Great, thank you. And
can I just clarify for everybody too, just for everybody that's here and for everybody that's listening, in those small groups and what they're talking about, Mrs. Sugar's providing, it's like a budget 101 of this is how it works. This is what the process is. This is what it goes through. These are not small groups that will be making determinations about what's going to be contained within the budget, how much the budget is going to be increased, whether it'll be increased. That's not what those things will be. It's an educational endeavor. It's an academic exercise so that people have a better understanding as what the focus is. I just want folks that are listening or watching this after to get the idea that we're breaking into small groups to make decisions about what's going to be included within the budget.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Very helpful. And yes, absolutely. No discussion, no budget discussions. Those happen in this room. So, Dr. Ruth?
As the person that brought it up, I just want to thank Dr. Milosh for making that comment. Yes, I just want to learn more about the budget process and not have any kind of meeting to decide budget, but basically how do I read the thing and what decisions do I need to make?
Okay, great. Any other any comments or any other input or questions for BNF, Mrs. Elmer Stratton?
Mrs. Stern, can we just, for when you're ready to do that, can we just wait for the last board member to be in place? Because it just does seem silly to do it before that person gets here and having Ms. Sugars duplicate her own efforts over and over again.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, because it's not late enough in the night. Going once, going twice. Any last things for the group for BNF? Okay, great. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. Avadia.
Mrs. Elmore Stratton, is there anything you will move tonight for Committee of the Whole Human Resources?
I really miss Mrs. Schultz, and there are no discussion items at this time.
All right, thank you. And turning it over to Ms. Friedel for Policy and Legislation is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Avadia. We were provided quite a lengthy list of legislative updates. The legislature was very busy over the last month. Mrs. Wethington, reading through them, were there any that you think are of a special note that we should discuss? I know for me, the one that I saw had to do with the tuition for non-public schools. And it actually wasn't the legislation itself, but it did make me think about conversations we've had in the past. And my understanding from Dr. Milosh and Mrs. Sugars is that there aren't a whole lot of parameters about the tuitions that non-public schools can charge. And they can even come back later and say the district owes them additional money. And I just don't know if it's a conversation the board wants to have at some point about, is this something that we want to pursue along with our leadership in the district on reaching out to legislatures about the impact that has on school districts?
So the board could certainly reach out to legislators about that impact. This particular bill doesn't have really a significant impact on what we've been talking about. Like we've been talking about tuition chargebacks and those things. This doesn't affect that in a way that's beneficial to us.
Correct. And I recognize that. That's why I said it did make me think about the issue overall. Are there any of particular note that you want to point out, Mrs. Wethington?
Yeah, there were two that I made note of. One was, One was S3013. It's renamed security aid. So there is security aid. It changes it to health and safety aid, and there may be an allocation for mental health services. That's interesting, but it's just really kind of sitting in committee. It just came out. And the second one was S4200, which revises the conditions for virtual instruction. As you know, we can provide virtual instruction only in limited capacity in New Jersey, but this would open the door for inclement weather. So that's just interesting. Those would be the only two I would make note of at this time, Ms. Friedel.
Okay, and any members of the board who read through them that had any comments or questions on any of the legislative updates? Okay, so seeing none, Ms. Wethington, do you want to move on to the HIB grades?
Sure. So in your packet, you received, in the Friday memo, I'm sorry, you received information about the HIB grades. You also have the grades for the 2021 academic year. Just as a refresher, we do this every year. This is the 10th year that we've been submitting HIB grades as part of the statute, regulatory and statutory. Every school rates themselves. The anti-bullying specialist in the building takes the lead with the school safety team. They work as a team to rate themselves. Before they start that process, I, as the district anti-bullying coordinator, meet with all the anti-bullying specialists, and we set up parameters for what school is going to take what score for different areas so that we're consistent as a district. There are some agreements that we come up with, and we make sure that there's consistency among all 19 schools in the district, district-wide consistency. There is some variation at the building level because obviously buildings are making different decisions and program decisions and determinations on a regular basis. So you'll see that every school in the district scored higher than a 52, and just, again, just know this is not an evaluation of the quality of the investigation, the quality of anyone's program. We have great programs. This doesn't address that. It just addresses, is the building implementing the law as it's written? That's it.
Thank you. Any questions or comments about the HIB grades? Okay. Redistricting, Mrs. Wethington. I was going to call you Mrs. LaCoya.
Okay, so just a brief refresher. So we provided the presentation on December 7th. We have a town hall just specifically for this content on January 26th. There'll be a special ed town hall just for this content on February 3rd. We have the thought exchange, which closes on January 21st. To date, we have 481 participants, 591 thoughts, 13,202 ratings. And then after both town halls, we will share the thought exchange data once it closes. So after the regular town hall, the special ed town hall, the thought exchange data, we can discuss the process again at the committee of the whole or the P&L committee, however the board decides to move forward in February.
Great. I have a question, I guess, more than anything, and that's, I know that there is a new Facebook page for the Cherry Hill Public Schools, and I know a lot of our families, community members kind of look at Facebook as a lot of where they get the information. do you think we could get the thought exchange put onto that new Facebook page just to get it out to an, maybe a little bit more of an audience?
Sure, we can do that.
Okay. Do you also know the location? Is the January town hall, is it scheduled to be in person or virtual, or are we monitoring the COVID cases?
Our plan had been in person. Confirming Dr. Milosh, that's accurate, correct? For the January town hall for middle school redistricting, our initial plan was in person.
Yes, the community one that's on the 26th of January, we've done that hybrid model again, where we will invite people to come in person. I don't think, Mrs. Wilson, we've announced location for that one yet, right? So we'll do that probably next week. But yes, we'll look to do a hybrid. We'll be in person and have the Zoom option as well for the
special ed will be virtual.
Correct.
Okay.
The one that we're focused with special ed and IEP families is being scheduled as a virtual one.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Mr. Avadia?
Yeah, I'm just thinking timeline. So the first thought exchange closes the 21st. Will there be time to get that to the board to discuss on the 25th? And then I'm assuming once we hit the 2 town halls, we'll open up a thought exchange anew.
Yes, we can definitely open up an additional thought exchange that focuses after the town hall on the 26th, and then that following Thursday, I guess the 3rd, to go through. We should be able to have something, at least the initial breakdown. I can probably get out to the board on either the 24th, evening of the 24th or the morning of the 25th. If we close it on that Friday night, we can have something that the analytics, Mrs. Wilson, we meet again on Thursday formally. We took a look yesterday, actually, at some of the thought exchanges and just where it is so far. But yeah, we can definitely get something out to the board prior to the meeting on the 25th.
Okay, that would be helpful just in terms of, we're headed into 2 town halls. One of the things with the town halls, obviously, as a board, we want to be fairly aligned before we go into that. I'd hate to go into that. I mean, at this point, everything's a question mark. So just to get some, and it's not going to be the end because we have the 2 town halls for a reason, but just to baseline it at that time, that'd be great.
And I would tell you, Mr. Avadia, I mean, thus far, there are some very strong themes that have emerged in the thought exchange that's out right now. Which I expect will probably carry through, but there are definitely some very strong themes that have emerged already.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so Mrs. Wethington, the next item is policy 2468, special education independent evaluations.
So this is a policy that was revised by the district in 2016 before we switched over to Strauss Esme. So this is when we managed our own policies and we had a few Cherry Hill specific policies. We made the adaptation to this policy as the result of a complaint investigation around 2016, 2015. In response to that, we revised the policy. We sent it to Department of Education for approval because that's part of the process when you're resolving a complaint investigation. It was approved by DOE. So the language is pretty consistent with what we said we would do. We have to really honor that because that was our agreement. When we switched the policies over, there were a few Cherry Hill specific policies that did not go through the process unintentionally. So this is one of those that we discovered, thanks to Paul Cree and Robin Ballard, had not gone through the board process. So that's what we're bringing it forward at this time.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, so there are some revisions to the policy. So these are minor revisions that will not conflict with, for the lack of a better word and the late hour, the agreement with the department.
So the underlines to the policy are the changes that we made to the amendment.
Thank you. So
because
they
of the
were
complaint
all,
investigation. Those are
so
the
they
changes.
were already made.
They were already made, and that's actually what we've been implementing. Yes.
Okay, so really all we're doing is going through the board approval process for this.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right.
Let's find out, as Ms. Weddington's saying, we've actually been following what's listed in this policy that we share with the board to see. The district has been implementing this since the summer of 2016.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're just going through the formality of the board approving the policy.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then Mrs. Weddington, it's noted the second reading of policy 2464, gifted and talented.
That's just second reading. We discussed it at the December committee of the whole meeting.
Correct. Okay. So are there any questions from any board members? Because that is the end of the P&L agenda.
Kim, I have a question or just a follow-up from a previous meeting, if that's okay?
Absolutely.
So I don't know if it was October or November that we talked about reviewing some of the code of conduct policies. I just wasn't sure where that was scheduled in our committee because I don't have a copy of that outline of.
So we've talked about revising the code of conduct, which is at the second, well, it's pretty robust. It's a big document. Looking at it with a restorative lens, we've put some committees together. We're just having preliminary conversations. So that will probably be later on in the school year.
Thanks. And I'm glad you mentioned the restorative piece because after just learning so much more about the work that's happening in Cherry Hill, I feel like some of that should be incorporated. So
yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Mr. Avadia?
Yes, and in the bucket of follow-ups, we're going to be renaming 2 buildings, I believe in the spring, but we're waiting for, I think, collateral. Do we have an update?
We are waiting in the spring. I did not hear the last part of what you said, Mr. Avadia.
Oh, I thought we were like waiting for signage and just things that have been sort of supply chain delayed.
We were waiting in the spring to go through the whole process, just better time of year, the weather is better, supply demands, of course, yes. So we are planning and we'll probably start having some detailed conversations about that. I think we're talking about May 2022.
Thanks.
Sure.
Okay, I can't see anybody if you're raising your hand physically and not using the raise hand. So Mr. Avadia, is anybody's hand raised?
Nope.
Okay, then I think we are complete with P&L.
Thank you. With Mrs. Tong away today, I returned to my stomping grounds of strategic planning. I think, so just reading through what's on our agenda, I think essentially we're trying to give some direction as a board, lay some foundation for what we decided would be a special meeting this month to really zero in and circle back and have an intense discussion about bond as a standalone meeting. Although board business being what it is, there's other stuff we're going to do at that time as well. Let me turn it over to Mrs. Sugars to kind of describe what they've teed up, and then I think we can go from there in terms of where we'd like to be in a week, if that makes sense.
Sure. So as I mentioned during BNF, we are having a special meeting on January 18th, and right now we will have our professionals joining us that evening. We will have our financial advisor with us, Sherry Tracy from Phoenix Advisors, and we will have Tony Salamini from Milan, who is our bonding attorney. So we can make sure that going into the 25th, where we will need to approve project applications, that the board can have all of their questions answered from technical standpoints, financial standpoints, and everything else. We'll also have Bob Garrison with us, and we will have Rob Notley from New Road Construction as well. So right now, we're envisioning kind of a two-step process. One will sort of be an introduction where we will look over some of the thought exchange information and some of the feedback that we have received through the process. And then the second piece will be taking the projects at this point, and we've been looking at them kind of on a school-wide basis or in total, kind of breaking them down by the state's definition of levels, kind of their prioritization in terms of, how the state looks at the project applications. So we talked about level 1, level 2, and level 3, and then sort of breaking the projects down into those categories so that the board can see level 1, what's really, what the state would categorize as a high priority, and then level 2 and level 3. So that, we can make some decisions about, are we going to, try to do all of the projects? Are we going to scale some of that back? And if we are going to scale some of it back, what does that prioritization chart look like? So we'll break the projects down that way. We'll talk about tax impact from various scenarios. We will also talk about some alternate financing options that would be available to us. So, I'm hoping that by the end of the evening that, questions are answered. We have an idea of what direction we're going in, what the board's desire is in terms of scope. And then on the 25th, we can have the project applications ready to be approved.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone from the board like to engage at this stage in preparation for next week's Bonanza meeting? If not, let me.
Ben. Hi.
Yes. Okay, Mrs. Arroyo.
I just looking back, I can't believe we're at this point right now. So I'm really excited about what we're about to put together. Obviously with all the input from the community. So I know it's been so much work and I appreciate everybody's input and all we've been hearing. So Ms. Sugars, thank you for sticking to this and making sure that we're on track with getting everything done.
Mr.
So I mentioned this, I think, in the last meeting. So we got a nice summary of just some kind of prioritization of the needs from Dr. Milosh via Janet Cohen, or I said that the right way, but anyway. So I talked about what I'm just wondering from board members, would it be helpful for us as board members to put together for the meetings that we attended, just the prioritizations that we kind of heard from the meetings we were at, the schools we were at, what the themes were, so that, and bring that to the next meeting, or perhaps have Ben Avadia send that out. So we just kind of have a simple, kind of visual and understanding of that.
And actually, Ms. Stern, I mean, if you guys send that stuff to Mrs. Cohen, she can add it right into that document so that it's there.
Yeah, I definitely will do that. That would be great, because I mean, I know for myself, I was at some of the meetings and not all of them. So ultimately understanding what each school and each meeting, kind of what rose to the top, will, I feel like, help guide some of our decisions. So
thank you. So just a couple thoughts. First of all, yes, if you have specific experiences or something you'd like to bring, please send that to Dr. Milosh, Mrs. Cohen. We'll try to get some of that out. I think there's definitely a need, obviously we have different tenures and experience on the board, but there is a need for some equity, as we kind of go into the next meeting. And with that in mind, I think whatever's, summative and digestible from thought exchanges, from in-person meetings, just the themes that have been out there. I know, Dr. Milosh, you've talked to students. The more we can get, the better. I do think, I think it's either a 20 or 30-year trajectory in terms of the funding we're looking at. We'll have to talk about that. Many themes. I think we also want to find a way, through the next meeting to get, some recommendation from administration and from Mr. Garrison. Mr. Garrison, as we did the road show famously has, been part of passing 75 of these referenda in the state. So we want to sort of lean on all the advice we can get. And I agree with Mrs. Arroyo. It's exciting. It's been many nights out. I've aged probably about 5 years just personally in the last year or so. And so it is great that, our administrators and this team, as it's evolved, has really shepherded this forward. So thanks to all. Any additional comments? Okay. We then move on to our action agenda. And we've done this through consent agenda. And to do that, do I read? I will then move action consent to approve items 17 to 20. Do I have a second? Mrs. Arroyo. And I will turn it to Mrs. Sugars for roll call. Or I'm sorry, to start the voting.
Okay. Do we have an opportunity to talk about or ask any questions before we vote?
Absolutely. Ms. Friedel, do you have questions?
I actually, I have a comment. So 17.2, the grant for the career pathways in comprehensive schools. I reflected on the public comment, but I want to say that I'm really very excited to see this on the agenda and that the high school is applying for this. In our goal planning, we had discussions about the different needs of our students and the different career trajectories that each one of them have. And technical careers is one of those opportunities. My understanding of the county tech schools is they are very competitive to get into. You have to maintain a certain grade point average. You're competing against all of the schools that are in the county. So, and many of them are offering not only the traditional tech education courses, but other engineering, medical, et cetera. So I just want to say that on my, I'm happy to see it on the agenda.
Thank you. Were there other comments or questions? Okay, then I will move it to Mrs. Sugars.
Okay, I'm going to open up the online voting. Because this is a consent agenda and we vote for everything in totality, if there are specific items for which you want to vote no or you want to abstain from, if you could just please let me know what the agenda item is, and I will mark that separately. Otherwise, you can vote yes to the rest of the agenda.
I'll abstain from 20.1, please. Thank you.
I'll also abstain from 20.1.
Okay, very good. Other than the exceptions noted, we have a unanimous yes vote.
I just want to, and thank you, Ms. Friedel, for making the comment. There are a number of very important things that were just approved in there. I am also very excited about this grant application that the board just approved, that Dr. Damon and the staff and the team over at High School West have been working on, that Dr. Morton, some of the programs that he initiated during his time as principal at High School West. It's one of the big deficiencies that we've had as a comprehensive school district, that we have not offered enough in terms of career pathways and career technical education for our students. So I'm very excited about this work that's being done. I appreciate the board's support. I think that we are going to meet the needs of many more of our students as we continue to move forward. The application, the team over at West, again, along with Dr. Warren, did a great job of preparing. So we're excited about that being submitted this week. And as soon as we know about whether the grant's been approved, we'll certainly let the board and the community know. But I can tell you whether the grant is approved or not, we will continue driving forward to expand the opportunities for our students.
Thank you. Would anyone like to move any new business? Okay. Would anyone like to move any old business? Ms. Friedel.
Just a real quick question, and I guess this is really for Mrs. Sugars. Have we ever heard back from that community playground grant opportunity that was submitted?
So we have not officially heard back from them about a yes or a no. I can tell you last week that the grant, a similar grant was announced. There were a handful of school districts in the state that received the grant. Cherry Hill Township, according to that, received about $60,000. We have not received notification that we were awarded anything. It was not in the large table that was published by the state, county by county, but we have not yet received a no from them officially. So we're still holding out hope, but it's not looking optimistic at this point. One of the closest ones in this area, Lumberton, received a small grant. We are concerned because of the size of what we asked for. There were no grants that were awarded that were near the size of what we requested.
Okay, well, we'll keep hope alive. Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Friedel.
Okay, I do have something. In our last meeting, we did say that we would bring up the issue of committee of the whole, which obviously we've done tonight. But just want to get perspectives from the board about, there are definite advantages and there are definite disadvantages to meeting as committee of the whole. And so I just wanted to get any perspectives that we have on the board, because we do want to at some point turn around to administration and let them know if to plan this way for the foreseeable future or for a time or to stop the practice. But figuring out where this board is just something to do if we can do it quickly. Mrs. Fleischer?
I actually, being a new member of the board, I wasn't sure how I would feel going into it. I thought that I would like it. I do actually like it. The reason being is that we're all attending all of the proposals and all of the, the different programs that people are showing us. Sometimes maybe they would come to the entire board meeting, but sometimes maybe they would be just in committee. I think we have a fuller picture of what each of the committees have going on, and we're getting more information. And we also, though the meeting went a little longer, I felt like we all got some input into each of the sections. So I'm a fan of it right now. Thank you, Mr. Abadi.
Thank you, Mr.
I think one of the main things for me at this moment in time, this month, next month, is that we just have so much work to do. We have so many meetings coming up. I mean, every single week we have like big evening meetings, and they're important meetings. I think that, as a board, while we absolutely are concerned about the, what's happening here and now, and obviously we have a big piece to be concerned about with COVID, we also it's really our job to make sure we're, looking and planning and thinking about big picture, long term. And so for me, like doing that, I used to think committee of the whole was a great way to do it. I'm shifting a little bit, but I think at this moment and perhaps the first, few months of the year, also during, where there are other issues going on that are urgent that we're all dealing with with the pandemic. I think it makes sense right now just to keep it for, let's say, I'm just going to throw out there through March, and maybe perhaps we revisit at that point, or we make it if people want to go back to committees. I think as long as our committees are really viable and doing good work, which is really a big thing for me. So.
Mrs. Arroyo?
I was just going to say the same thing. If I'm okay with it now, especially with our two new board members and then the one that will be joining us. And it's just a lot going on, but I would like to revisit after March, just because at that point we may need to shift so that some of those committees can have extra focus and attention, because some of the work might need a little bit more detail and I don't want us to be staying past a certain time when we should be, it might give us a different viewpoint, but for now I'm okay with this.
Mrs. Elmore Stratton.
I agree that I like this format where we can all hear the different things happening and we don't need any more meetings about a meeting. But is there a way for us to like, and maybe this is not Parley Pro, whatever it is, but is there a way for us to like limit how long we are like going back and forth on something during committee and whole? Only because it's not really fair to the administrators to sit here till 11 o'clock at night as we're all going through this, or fair to our own bodies at this point. So can we say like each section only gets like maybe 30 minutes or 45, or if we can't put that in writing and make that a policy, can we just all be cognizant of that, I guess? That's just my only thought. It's just, it is more efficient, but it is a super long night for all the professionals in this room. And then I feel bad. I didn't know if the students were presenting today or not. They were here. You know, it's a lot going on and it's, okay. You know, so that's all I would add is if we could do that maybe as a team or something. I don't know.
Mr. Avadia.
I actually appreciate that, Corinne. I think we need to be mindful and stay in, like our conversations have to be intentional and not like drag on for things that might not be necessary to that topic at the moment. So if we're going to stay with that, we need to find a way not to limit the conversation, to remove content, but if they're not questions, for us to be more mindful in how we're approaching the discussion so that the community is getting a piece of the information as well that they need to hear.
I appreciate that. And I mean, we have like, it was 100 people on and now it's down to 65 and it's because it's 10:30 at night. So, you know, that's all. That's just my thoughts.
Can I just say though, Rosie and Corinne, that I think when we have a full hour dedicated, when we are broken up into committee meetings, you know, I agree, like we definitely want to be more condensed and intentional. So maybe that's a reason to eventually think about going back. So we can give it the full time.
Ms. Friedel?
So I just want to make an observation that we have had meetings that have gone till midnight and later, even when we were doing committee meetings. I think it's a combination of what's on the agenda, how many presentations, how many comments on the first public comment, the second public comment, et cetera. I think that for right now, committee of the whole makes sense. We're still going to be talking about the bond development. We're still going to be talking about the middle school redistricting and so forth. So I think the committee of the whole makes sense. It also opens a lot more opportunity for the community to hear what's going on, because our committee meetings, you have to come in person to be able to hear the discussion. They aren't a live stream, a Zoom, etc. So while we're having these critical conversations in this format, I think the community is hearing a whole lot more about what's being discussed. But I have, I am open to in the spring revisiting if, as we've moved forward in some of these larger plans, if going back to committee structure makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. Actually, my mind changed a little bit through the course of this evening. There is something summative about looking at everything together. Here's what I would say, just listening to the comments. Let's say February, March for sure. Let's keep those in the whole. By that point, we'll have traversed quite a lot. We'll have 9 members, and we'll have done a lot of trainings that frankly are necessary, but all that mean either a half night or an additional night out. Let's at least get through March and then perhaps have our next discussion in March that could make some kind of change in April, if that's the direction we decide as a board. Does that make sense? Let's go with that for now. All right, I appreciate the discussion. We now move to second public comment. During second public comment, yeah, okay, so really any topic you'd like. You get 3 minutes and we will alternate. We will take a look online to see if anyone has their hand raised, and somebody does. Beth Becker.
Hi, Beth Becker, Cherry Hill. First of all, I just want to beg you to bring back committee meetings. I understand that the whole board wants all of the information, but we have to trust the committees to condense the information and bring it to the rest of the board. And we have to trust the board, the rest of the board, to review what the committees have seen in terms of PowerPoints. I'm sure that's all shared. And any questions can be done that way. Also, to Ms. Stern's point, there is a lot going on, and that is why, again, I feel like it needs to be delegated and we have to trust the committees to do their jobs. And to Ms. Friedell's point, you guys are the ones who stopped committee meetings from being live streamed. So the argument that committee of the whole is the only way for the community to see what's happening in the committee meetings strikes a little disingenuous. The math curriculum, I'm hopeful about parts of it, but I am worried on the other hand that it's forcing freshmen to decide what they want to be, you know, like they have to choose a career path to decide what math classes they're going to take in high school. So that's my only concern with that. And I guess as we get more information on that, hopefully that will answer itself. A lot to say about middle schools, but just again, there's really no, I still haven't seen any educational merit to sixth grade center. And I guess we're going to talk about sixth grade centers or middle school in general another night. So I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Podowitz.
Okay. Hi, Jeff Podowitz, and I was going to, okay. This is about funding. If you go to Education Week and you search for an article titled NJ Voters Resounding Reject Property Tax Hikes by Michael Newman, May 9th, 1990. You will find an article that starts, in a striking demonstration of public anger over the burden of property taxes, New Jersey voters rejected almost half of all local efforts to raise taxes for the schools. The article goes on to quote Governor Florio as saying the mass rejection of local school budgets is a strong signal from people who are fed up with New Jersey's growing over-reliance on property taxes. Today for education. In Cherry Hill, starting in 1990, state policy had and still have had the opposite effects. An over-reliance on local property taxes. In Cherry Hill in 1990, voters approved a 13% tax hike. 13% in 1990. Because of the cuts in state aid, the district lost $5.4 million of an $83 million budget in state aid in 1 year. All right, that 13% increase would be the equivalent today on a property whose school tax was $5,000 a year of an increase of $650 in 1 year. Instead of that $650 increase in property taxes, that 13% increase staying in our community, it partially paid for our state aid cuts, and the monies from those cuts went to other districts. The state aid cuts continued. Our community is still paying for those cuts and subsequent actions by the state. Please read the article. Leaderships, that's you, needed to advocate more strongly for our community and stand up for us like others do. Instead, what I witnessed today, because I was talking about school funding, how are we going to have the money? What are we going to do? How are we going to get this money? And it's going to cost a lot of money for that. One way is to get our share from the districts. One way is for you our leaders to really stand up for us, like Schefter wanted you to do over 10, 11 years ago, and you didn't. And remember, that's a 13% increase in our tax levy 30 years ago. They voted for it. And
thank you, Dr. Podowitz. Thank you for your comments. Kristen, you're next.
Thank you, Kristen Master, Cherry Hill. I'm speaking tonight to address the health and safety of students and staff in the Cherry Hill Public Schools. I was extremely impressed by the student representative's words at the last Board of Education meeting, pleading for virtual instruction due to the rising COVID cases. Kudos to her and all of the students that spoke today as well. Your strength, knowledge, perspective, relevance, and eloquence was so bright. We have to assume that this is the voice of the majority of thousands of students at that school and all around. This was before we doubled our numbers since September in 4 days back in person at school. This administration has always touted transparency and communication. I am not alone in wondering where the transparency ends and the communication begins. New Jersey is now at a very high red category as far as cases in transmission. Mitigation measures, guidelines, and restrictions should also be increased. I appreciate the administration expanding guidelines for remote instruction to include close contacts, students awaiting access to test or test results, quarantining due to travel, symptomatic or exposed due to a COVID positive relative, regardless of vaccination status or masking. However, more needs to be done. You do have the opportunity to provide remote instruction based on local COVID status. On Friday, prior to school return, Governor Murphy stated he would leave it up to the local school district officials to decide whether to remain open, go remote, or have a hybrid schedule following winter break based on the local situation. More than 720 schools in New Jersey are currently closed or remote. This is 1 in 4 schools in the state. Communication needs to be timely. Why are we getting letters of positive cases starting with, we learned this morning, dated a day or multiple days after? Transparency is more important than ever. Why can we not share more non-identifying information with parents to at least let them know what grade level or class the cases are occurring in so that they can be on alert and look for symptoms or try to schedule a test? Furthermore, everyone should be notified of a close contact regardless of masking or vaccination status. Vaccinated students and staff are contracting and spreading COVID. Why not be transparent and advise parents and staff that there was a positive person in class and we should look out for symptoms and schedule a test? Finally, why was the Cherry Hill Public School dashboard not updated during the week of break? There were over 300 cases reported in the 4 days after returning to break. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy, thanks for holding on there. You're next.
Hi, sorry, this is one of my first times speaking at a meeting. I just want to echo about the COVID situation, speaking for families that have children too young to be vaccinated and high-risk member households like myself. Remote learning is a turnkey. I mean, we've been through this last year. Everyone has Google Classroom. Even the kindergartners know how to switch on to a live meeting. And I fear that the anxiety that's happening with the kids, you can hear it in the high school students. Just imagine what's going on with the younger kids who are afraid that they may bring it home to their 3-year-old brother or their mother who's going through cancer treatment. This should not be the burden of our students. They should not be worried in school. What is the point of masking in school only to unmask at lunch, where the kids are all sitting, they're not social distance at lunch. And that's when they're eating and talking close to each other. I know transmission is happening during lunches. And why not offer half days like Eastern? That makes sense. Bring the kids in for half a day. Let them go home. At least they're getting some in person, some remote instruction. If the big school district like high school can do it like that, I'm sure Cherry Hill could figure out a way to do it as well. I just don't understand why we're being so reactive versus being proactive. We're higher in the red now than we were when we were full remote. And just because there's vaccinations out there doesn't mean people are still getting sick with COVID and winding up really sick. Parents are now having to choose between education versus the health of their children. I recently pulled out a child from the public school district because of his high risk, and I've been homeschooling since September. I am a taxpayer and I would love to have him in public school, but can't take the chance in our household. This is unfair. And it's really sad since we have the tools in place to go remote and offer a hybrid choice. If you want to send your kid to school, send them in. If you feel like it's too risky during a red period where transmission is high, then let's stay home. But to make these kids feel scared, you can hear it in their voices, and parents to make that choice between the safety and health of their children versus education just seems really unfair in these unprecedented times. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Carolina Bevid.
Good evening, Carolina Bevid, Cherry Hill. First, I want to say thank you to Dr. Rood for asking this question about how joy is being brought to our students in school. My kids don't come home that happy every day. It's not a fun place to go. I hope that we do come up with some ways to make school a happy place again. I was excited about the math presentation. I thought it sounds really innovative, but I agree, maybe give kids some options, intro to some of the courses before they have to pick one track. I also appreciate the district's commitment to in-person learning so far this year. The evidence is indisputable that in-person learning is better than remote learning. As a teacher, I know that just unequivocally. With Omicron spreading easily and many people quarantining, maybe teachers should be required to be prepared to teach virtual on any given day to eliminate that 1 to 3 day lag time. It's a lot of time. We heard our high school students say it's too much time to miss. Also, the time is nearing when everyone will have been vaccinated or recovered from COVID, everyone will have had it or be vaccinated from it. Or both. So I think we need to acknowledge, as many health experts are beginning to do, that COVID is endemic and soon we just need to allow our schools to function normally. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Craig Becker.
Thank you, Craig Becker, Cherry Hill. I have some concerns about the middle school changes. I'm a special education attorney, and throughout the last decade, I've represented parents throughout Southern New Jersey with kids with special needs. And this has included some districts that have the 5th and 6th grade centers and some only 6th grade centers. My concern is that when my clients have gone into the programs where they have the 5th and 6th grade, and especially the 6th grade centers, all of a sudden, the amount of calls and complaints I get from the parents drastically increase. And I had noticed a lot more difficulties that the students start to have in school than they had in elementary school. But what I'm more concerned about is that when they move into the 7th and 8th grade centers, the 7th and 8th grade centers to finish middle school, most of those complaints go away. So I'm concerned about the trend I'm seeing that things seems to not be working out well for my clients when they go into these 6th grade centers. So I would really like the district to reconsider that option if that's something they're considering. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Stephanie Graff. Stephanie, I'm not sure if you mean to be ironic, but it sounds like kind of like a Mickey Mouse type of. Maybe that's your public comment. That's okay if it is. You get 3 minutes. On the off chance that that's not what you're intending to do, can we come back to you? And we'll move on to Misha Oaks.
Good evening. Thank you. So Misha Oaks, Cherry Hill. I wanted to first validate the students who came on and spoke so courageously, but also eloquently, which I think speaks to the incredible education that they're getting with Cherry Hill and parenting. But I just wanted to sort of reiterate that the question was asked about what are we doing to bring joy to these students? And I think that we can really do that by listening to what they're saying and honoring their experience. It's really important that we're in 2022 and we can embrace that digital learning space and really be leaders in what the digital transformation of education may look like. So instead of being very reactive and going digital when it's the absolute worst case scenario, actually listening and acknowledging the students and the parents who can't get vaccinated yet or have high immunocompromised families and offering choice. I know we did fully remote almost with our last district last year. And the moment they offered a hybrid model, so many more students returned to school, but they did so with excellent mental health and fully supported by the district. And so I would really love to see the district move forward and embrace that thought process. I really appreciate everything you guys do and your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Alana Yaris.
Alana Yaris, Cherry Hill. I just wanted to get some clarification on if you have an outstanding COVID test, as I was in the hospital and was COVID tested, and had there been school that day, I'm just wondering what that means in terms of my children, if they would have had to stay home because of this outstanding COVID test that I didn't know I was going to have at the very last minute, or if they're allowed to go to school. It's my impression that they would not be, but again, guidance being unclear sometimes. Or if you're taking a COVID test for surgery instead of a COVID test for symptoms. Second, I wanted to mention that I thought I heard at the first public comment, a student who mentioned a friend who came to school to take a vocab test, being COVID positive or having family members who was COVID positive. And that was very disconcerting to hear, but maybe I misheard. The third thing, as Berkeley PTA president, I just wanted to mention that we are all in support of a name change for Berkeley Early Childhood Center. And please reach out to the PTA when you have a firm date so that we can be there and in support of the name change. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kristen Viglietta.
Hi, Kristen Viglietta, Cherry Hill. Two things. Tonight I heard it mentioned earlier that you can only use a PCR test to re-enter schools. And I believe for my own child, I know for my own child, it was a rapid or a PCR test that would qualify. It couldn't be an at-home rapid, but you could use a rapid test. Anecdotally, we're hearing that nurses are giving different guidelines out at different schools. So perhaps we could just have clarification on that. And second, in terms of this last Rosa lottery, can we please work to make sure that parents have the full picture of their students' middle school years, meaning will the current fifth graders possibly get bumped in seventh grade prior to the parents submitting the kids into the lottery? If you currently have the special education town hall scheduled on February 3rd, with talk of a second thought exchange thereafter, I don't see how there will logistically be enough time for the board to vote on the final options prior to your February meetings. You meet on the 8th and the 22nd. The open enrollment policy says that students apply in the last 2 full weeks of February, which would begin on February 14th this year. In terms of amending a policy to bump the enrollment period back, I've also been told different things. Mrs. Wethington said in last month's zone meeting that waivers to policy cannot be issued. Dr. Milosh said in today's zone meeting that the board has the authority to waive a policy. I did call NJSBA, who told me that that's not the case. How can the board amend or change or waive the policy so that parents will know what's happening with middle school prior to entering their students into this last lottery? Thank you.
Thank you. I see that Steffi Graff is still on the line, but does not have her hand raised. So I think there may have just been technical difficulties. Just a note for those emailing the board has changed its makeup. And everyone has, which can be found on the website, our official school emails, which you should begin using. I will also say that Thursday at 4 p.m. is the final time to try to join this motley crew of individuals that get to volunteer and really work on for the students. And with that, I'll turn it over for superintendent comments.
Thank you, Mr. Avadia. So a couple, I know that the type of testing was addressed in the most recent updates. We'll put that out in writing about what that is to make sure that that is clarified. I do not have them sitting in front of me right now. Ms. Biglietti, you talked about reaching out to New Jersey school boards. We talked to Mr. Green, to our solicitor, as I discussed at the meeting, and you and I talked about we are in a good spot should there need to be an extension. And if not, as I talked about this morning, the board has the opportunity to waive policy should they need to do that by board practice. If the policy is waived, then they do have to go back through and review it. If a parent, the guidelines that we've been giving parents is if you've taken your child to be tested because you have a concern, we don't want you to send them to school until you get the test results. We've had a number of children over the course of this week and last week that have been in school. Parents, they've been tested. We don't know that they've been tested. The child's been sent to school or brought to school. Parent or family member has come to pick the child up and the test results have come through. The test results have been positive. We want you to keep your child home if you've taken them to be tested. Different comments about the middle schools. So again, the piece about a remote option, we are not able to provide remote or virtual instruction as an option or a choice for families. That just is not legally possible at this point. Mrs. Wethington is waving to me that we will take the rapid test. That is an acceptable test. Thank you, Mrs. Wethington, for looking it up. We do follow the guidelines come down from New Jersey Department of Education. We did not update the dashboard during the winter break because it was winter break. And honestly, everybody was off. The nurses, even though, as I said earlier this evening, many, if not most of the nurses worked throughout the course of that week. The majority of our staff was off during the course of the winter break. The other thing with the winter break is when we look at the reporting of the information that goes on the dashboard, there were many children that were exposed and ended up being positive over winter break that had not had that exposure or were symptomatic or carrying while they were in school based on the dates of their symptoms beginning and based on the dates of when they were tested. The schools and what happens in the schools often follows what happens within the community. There's been a dramatic rise in this community and throughout the state in the positive results that have come through in terms of committee meetings, the district has never broadcast committee meetings. There have been times in the past when community members have broadcast either through Facebook or Facebook Live during the course of meetings, but the district has never broadcast committee meetings. And again, I think, Mr. Ovadi, I think that's it. As I mentioned to the Zone PTA when I met with those folks this morning, Please make sure when you get the opportunity, thank the nurses in the schools for the work that they've been doing. And a special thank you goes out to our custodians, our cleaners, our buildings and grounds crew, and our facility folks for all the work that they've done over the last couple of weeks to have the buildings ready to go with the inclement weather. Some of these folks worked hours and hours on end to make sure that the buildings were accessible and safe in the mornings and in the afternoons when children arrived and when they were dismissed. I think that's it.
Thanks, Dr. Milosh. We will not be going into second executive session, and therefore do I have a motion to adjourn? Mrs. Arroyo, second. Fleischer, everyone in favor? Have a good night. Thank you.